Good afternoon, honourable members. This sitting resumes. When we broke for lunch, we were discussing or debating order number 10, and to that we shall revert. Honourable member for Church.
West.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. At the outset, let me say that I fully support this bill. I fully support all the intent of the bill to be able to improve the environment of doing business in Barbados. I felt very proud to hear the Honourable Member for St. James South and how she led off this debate in a very, very high standard, and very impressed with her full command and understanding of what the bill presents. And that's important because this bill first started in the other place, where the minister responsible sits. And I had a look at her presentation as well. And she too did a tremendous job in leading off this matter in the other place. So today, Deputy Speaker, we find ourselves in a position to look at this bill, to assess it, to assimilate it, and to understand what benefits will accrue to us as a nation because of the changes that we will make today to this legislation. But before I get into those concepts and ideas, I first wanted to reflect on a couple things that the member for Christchurch South put on this honourable floor. The first thing he said, clearly misleading the House, Madam Speaker, was that Barbadians woke up to a new loan of $500 million. Now, I would not, of course, ascribe to malice what must really be considered ignorance. Not ignorance in the pejorative sense, but ignorance in that he did not know what the reality was. The $500 million that you saw the signing of the Honourable Prime Minister together with the American XM is a memorandum of understanding. It is not a loan. It is a memorandum of understanding. It is not a loan. Indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, everybody knows that if a loan, in fact, were to come to the government, it has to come to this honourable chamber. Not only does it have to go through the cabinet and all of the various parts of government, but any loan that the government of Barbados enters in comes to this parliament and is dealt with by way of resolution, as we did last week. So therefore, I would just have to prescribe it to that the honourable member in his exuberance suggested that it was a loan that that we, the people of Barbados, woke up to. Far from the case. What it is, Madam Deputy Speaker, is two parties coming together to make a commitment to explore opportunities, to see if there are opportunities for cooperation, which will then lead to loans or grants or other support, whatever it may be. And that is what the Memoranda of Understanding is about, not legally binding. And it has specific entities which it will focus on. It will focus on climate and energy. It will focus on technology and digital connectivity. It will focus on social development, renewable energy, and of course, enhancing infrastructure. But I want to be clear, because the worst thing that could happen is that an untruth get out there in the public domain that the Barbados government has just signed a loan for $500 million without going through the necessary procedures. Absolutely not true, and a total fabrication. Another thing that the member for Christchurch South spoke very long about, and maybe had a theme of his presentation, was this concept of people who may not be Barbadian working in various organizations throughout Barbados. But further down his speech, he talks about reciprocate and being reciprocate. And I specifically asked him, though, from the side about what did he say about reciprocate. He says, yes, reciprocity and being reciprocate. But I want to reach out to the honourable member and say a few things. There are hundreds, if not thousands, maybe 10,000s of people of Barbadian heritage working in other people's jurisdictions. Thousands, if not tens of thousands. The honourable member for St. George South, Madam Deputy Speaker, worked in the National Health Service at the Leeds Hospital as the manager for energy. There are people in this Parliament that worked in other jurisdictions before coming to Parliament in Barbados. I, Madam Deputy Speaker, worked in the National Health Service in the Wales at the Royal Gwent Hospital for a year, and then went and worked in Dublin at the Beaumont Hospital, and then worked in Doncaster at the Doncaster Royal Infirmary, and then worked at John Radcliffe in Oxford. So for the honourable member to suggest that the people of Barbados is a closed nation and does not give opportunities for people to reciprocate, his own word, to reciprocate opportunities for people from other nations to come and work here, that is not true. In the same way, in the same exact way that we get opportunities in other people's countries, other people must be given opportunities for them to come and work in ours. And what we try to do, Madam Deputy Speaker, is when people come into our jurisdiction, we anticipate a transfer of knowledge. We expect that that knowledge would be transferred so that people in that department would then be able to carry on the various programs and policies that those people will bring. And, you know, the reason why I worked in so many hospitals, Madam Deputy Speaker, is in my job we were encouraged to see how other people do things. Sometimes you have to accept that all knowledge does not reside in you. And therefore, it is a benefit in your development that you see how other consultants did things. So I worked from hospital to hospital under consultant after consultant to see how they took out a particular tumor, to see how they did a particular fracture, to see how they did a particular implant, to see how they replaced the nose, the ear, whatever it is, what they did to raise a flap for the brain, whatever they did, I was able to see and learn so that I could bring back that expertise to Barbados when I came back. In the same vein, when we get people coming to our shores, we learn from their experiences. We learn from their expertise, and we are able to implement that to get the best service that we can. And that is what we strive to do, because we accept that all knowledge does not reside in one person, one institution, one parish, or one country. And you have to be able to open up yourself to get more information. And it isn't everything you can get from the books. It isn't everything you could get from YouTube, as your honourable member wants to encourage us to go and look at YouTube. It is learning from people as well, which is absolutely important. So I want to completely disavow myself from anything that he said with respect to not being welcome to other people, because I benefited. The honourable member from St. George South benefited, and other members in this parliament would have worked in other jurisdictions. Well, in fact, the honourable member himself does cases in other jurisdictions. Lest he forget. Lest he forget. So does that mean that the people of the other jurisdictions should say no, that he could not come and work there because he was not from that land? I wouldn't get into the concept of whether he was able to complete his mission or whether he was abruptly separated from the mission. But certainly we must understand that other people have opportunities, and other people have places for which they can come and offer their services. Well, you know, I just said that there are tens of thousands of Barbadians who benefit from working in other jurisdictions. And I know he knows full well. In fact, one of his siblings, I am told, in fact, works in another jurisdiction in Boston. So he could not mean that we could have closed doors when others have opened to our people. I want to go further as well, Madam Deputy Speaker, and speak about another matter that the member raised. And it has to do with ministerial powers in legislation. Now, you and I recall that when the honourable member was a right-thinking person, and on this side, he was given the opportunity to be the chairman of a board called CAVES. And that legislation, I'm sure the honourable member knows well, because he was the board chair. And in that legislation, Chapter 389 of the Laws of Barbados, CAVES, an act to provide for control and management of caves and for related matters. Part 5. The minister may give directions to the company relating to the matters of policy, and the company shall give effect to those directions. There are many pieces of legislation across Barbados where the minister can give general or specific directions. There are many pieces of legislation across Barbados where the minister has the power to give direction even on salary. When we go to the hospital legislation, it is there. When we go to the Revenue Authority legislation, it is there. So this is not for the first time that we are seeing legislation where the minister has powers like this. It is repeated all through other legislation of this country. But I can go further. Because under the then Democratic Labour Party, there were people acting as executive chairman without the necessary legislation. Without the necessary legislation. And they acted in executive chairman roles and purported to be executive chairmen with no existing legislation at that time for that. But we don't operate like that on this side. We try and steer close and make sure that we are within the four corners of the law. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to say that this piece of legislation brings inclusivity and accessibility. It brings an opportunity for us to attract businesses, large and small. It gives us an opportunity for us to give businesses an enabling environment. And that is what this government is about. You know, I often say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that governments facilitate, regulate, innovate, and legislate. And they also support. So it's actually frills. Facilitate, regulate, innovate, and legislate. I dare say this particular bill is one of the few that touches all of those. All of those. Which is unusual for a bill, but it does that. It is facilitating business for coming to our shores. It is facilitating existing businesses on our shores to be able to transact their business better, faster, and in a more efficient way. It is regulating how those businesses register and keep their registration appropriate and up to date. It is innovated because of the digital aspect that it now adds to the legislation to be able to bring a digital framework to the actions of the new corporation. And of course, the legislation is what empowers and encompasses and gives effect to all of the other things. But what I think is most important is it gives necessary support to small businesses, to be able to get small businesses to understand that we as a country need you. The vast majority of people in this country are employed by business, not government. Yep. And against popular belief, there was a former Prime Minister that called the civil service an army of occupation. But the greatest number of people in this country are not employed by the government. They're employed by the private sector. And I had to speak on this matter because I came from the private sector. I understand the difficulties of business. I understand what it is like to know that come every week or come every month, whether you've made money or not, the staff got to get paid. I understand what it is to know that you have to make sure that you have the money there for the rent, the utilities, getting all the supplies. Whether you could take a salary or not, everybody else got to get paid. And then you, if anything left back, you might get something. That's what business and that's what the sacrifice of business is really all about. People look on the outside and say, oh, you know, that business doing well, but you know, you don't know the expenses. And this is what this is about, to be able to help small business to do better and to make it easier. And I heard the Honourable Member, and that's why I was intrigued when I heard the Honourable Member talk about the embassies and all the various embassies that the government, as I full well know, all the various embassies that the government has instituted, especially the one in Ireland. Especially the one in Ireland, because the Irish embassy gives people an opportunity who have contacts in that jurisdiction to encourage them to come and get involved in being entrepreneurs and the businessmen in our country as well. And for those who don't follow, Ireland is the only now area that is Europe other than the Channel that is actually touched by the UK. Because Northern Ireland is separate from Southern Ireland. So it's an important interface for Europe and UK. Madam Deputy Speaker, what neither of the Honourable members touched on, but I think it important to raise here. You know, all the time, Madam Deputy Speaker, we talk about import coverage. We say, oh, we have this amount of reserves, and this amount of reserves results in import coverage of 20 weeks, 30 weeks, 40 weeks. For the first time in our history, we have, I think, $3.3 billion in reserves in this country. Never at that level. When we came to office, I think they had about 300 million at most, and loans ready to be paid. But why is this so important? I'm going to make the connection for you now. In our neighboring country, Madam Deputy Speaker, of Trinidad and Tobago, they are suffering a major foreign exchange crisis. And it is having a tremendous impact on businesses, particularly small businesses. What does that mean? You have a clothing store. Your clothing store needs stock in order to be able to sell, so you could pay your employees, pay your staff, pay your utility bills and all that. You go to the bank, you ask them, I need to buy stock, I need $10,000 US to buy stock. The bank tells you, well, as you know, there's a foreign exchange crunch on, we don't have 10,000, here's 500. You have a credit card. Your credit card used to have a maximum of 5,000, 4,000 US. This is in Trinidad. And you could use that to go to travel, to bring back stock and meet with people, to go to various trade shows and so on, go to hotels. Do you know that the Trinidad government has just cut the maximum on credit cards almost to like $2,300? And that is having a deleterious effect on businesses in Trinidad. To the point that businesses, I am told, are closing down. So when we hear of numbers, when we hear of import cover and the time of import cover, when we hear of the quantum of foreign reserves that we have in this country for access, people don't often make the links. But I can show you it now in full color, what is happening in a country that does not have the foreign reserve backing. I can show you in full color what would happen to our country. And this is why it was so important when the Barbados Labour Party came to office, because our job number one was to protect the Barbados dollar. And we have achieved that. We have achieved that to the point that the US Export-Import Bank comes and signs the MOU. This is not something we should cower from. This is something we should be proud of. Proud. Because it shows the confidence in this country, as opposed to the downgrades of the last administration. And that is why I take offense and umbrage at what the member for Christchurch South said about it being just another loan. Not so. Another aspect that I want to touch on that other members didn't want me to say too much on, but I can't let this opportunity go by without saying a few words about the banks in Barbados. I can't let this opportunity go by without saying a few words about the banking industry in Barbados. And what I want to say is this: highly modulated, highly modulated. Madam Deputy Speaker, you know, we often see the banks publicize their profits and their financial statements. And you know, sometimes you can't count the knots that the banks make. Some banks make $1 billion. $1 billion. Some banks make that. And to top it, we also have liquidity in our banking institutions of $14 billion. The Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central laid the midterm report, and in there, it is there what the liquidity is for all to see. When we came to office, the liquidity in the banks was about $7 billion and change in that vicinity. 7 to 8. It is now 14 billion. That's two things. Barbadians are making money and putting that money in the banks. That's the first thing. Otherwise, it would not be at that number. Even although they're getting 0.04% interest, which means that we are paying them to keep our money because their mode of business has changed from giving loans to be able to help an economy to build to charging fees. And that's what the banks do. They charge fees, and that is now the way they make money, as opposed to giving loans. But if we are going to have a bill and a business Barbados, supported by the legislation that we are going to pass today, the businesses cannot do it on their own. They also need the support of the banking fraternity of this country. That is what they need. They need the banks to be less risk averse. They need the banks to understand that it isn't every time that you could put up your house, that sometimes you have to accept that you could put up equipment and take equipment as a debenture. I remember very, very clearly, Madam Deputy Speaker, when I first came back to this country, and I joined with a colleague, and we wanted to expand the clinic. But I didn't have the house, and he didn't have the collateral to put up. And we found a sympathetic banker. It took us a while, but we found a sympathetic banker that said, okay, I will take a bill of sale on your equipment and let that be the collateral. Ronnie, are you not going to say his name? And what he was able to do is hold our hand through the process, to give us an opportunity to expand your business, because people need the injection of capital on which they can use their expertise to do better and build on that. But if the banks don't accept debentures on equipment or bill of sales on equipment and give people opportunities, be it professionals, be it contractors, be it small businesses that want to open a little firm, a little shop to sell clothes, they may not have the house, but they have the know-how. And what the banks need to understand is less risk averse. And take a chance. Take a chance from somebody living on this rock and give them a chance to improve themselves. Because by improving themselves, they improve all of Barbados. And that is the important thing that we have to understand. So whenever I talk to the bankers, I remind them, your primary business was loans. You need to open your hand, give more people a chance, help people to succeed. You know, we have an old adage, better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. And what the banking institution can do is to enable people so that they themselves can work in their chosen field and give others an opportunity so that they too can continue and expand. So this is important. This legislation is very, very important for this country because we need to show that we are open for business. We are seeing record numbers in growth in this country. The central bank reports 3.9% growth. Before that, it was 5%. We're trying to get from 3.9 in the first 3 quarters to 4%. But how do you get growth? You get growth by enterprises coming on board, building facilities, getting equipment, and enhancing the economy. That is how you get growth. And that is why we are focused on getting growth. But you know, I heard the Honourable Member, and the Democratic Party has no moral authority to speak on growth. None. Zero. I was in this honourable chamber from 2003. At no time, I want to be very, very clear, at no time during the Democratic Labour Party administration did they ever get more than 1% growth. Over the whole 10 years, over the whole 10 years. Not once greater than a 1% growth. What does that tell you? That tells you they had no programs and no policies to empower people. No programs or no policies to facilitate making business easier. No programs or no policies to enhance the capital expenditure of this country. No programs or no policies to lift up Barbados, because there was no confidence in that administration. And there still is no confidence in them, and even they know it as well.
Ralph knows it.
So what we need to do, Madam, is all the members of this Honourable House need to get together and say, yes, we support this legislation. This legislation is good for Barbados. This legislation is good for business. This legislation is good for the population, and this legislation will redound to the betterment of Barbados. Let us get together on the chain, and let us encourage business Barbados. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm finished.
Honourable Member for St. James North.
Thank you, Your Honour. I rise in support of this bill, which is before Parliament today, Business Barbados Bill. It is an extremely necessary piece of legislation, Your Honour. And of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm not bound by Cabinet, and I could speak more freely than if I were in Cabinet. The fact of the matter is that Kaipor is in a mess. That is the truth. Kaipor is not what it ought to be. And this is not the fault of any one administration. This has been so for years. And it lies within this administration right now to try and do its best to fix the problem. Barbados is not an easy place to do business in, whether within the private sector or the public sector. I believe that under the last administration, we were at, if I recall, about 139 in the world out of 175 odd countries that were being monitored in terms of ease of doing business. This administration had brought that down, if I recall, to about 119 or so out of the 176 before COVID came along. In other words, strides were being made in the first 2 years, bit less than 2 years of this administration in terms of making it easier to do business in this country. Whether for locals, because locals are first. We have a duty to our citizens, to our people, more than we have a duty to foreign investors. That is my opinion, at least. And for example, in relation to Kaipor, by that time, you could have incorporated or established a normal company, limited liability company, overnight. Whereas before, at one time, it used to take 2 weeks to incorporate a piece of company. That is the truth. A whole 2 weeks it used to take under the Democratic Labour Party up to then to incorporate a company, 5 documents, 1 page each, and a whole 2 weeks you can't get a company incorporated. And in other countries, in the Caribbean, in CARICOM, you were having overnight incorporation of companies. So during COVID, that is what resulted in Barbados. So reforms had started under Kaipor, but it was still, and it remains not fit for business. That is the truth. And if people are frustrated by processes, they will go elsewhere. They will say, look, I ain't bothering with this here anymore. Let me then form an ordinary business, which you can do. An entity in your personal name, pay $100 for it, $105, and done with that. Rather than a company which, of course, gives greater protection to the individuals behind the company, to the directors, etc. And therefore, this piece of legislation is extremely important, is significant, and has to be done. And it has fallen on this government, this administration, to try to reform so many areas of this country, so many aspects of doing business in this country that it isn't funny. And ease of doing business is one of the primary focuses of what a government ought to be. Because the more bureaucracy and difficulty and challenges you have in doing business, you're not going to get money. That's the reality of the situation. The economy is not going to revolve. Money is not going to flow. People are going to have to pay more taxes than they want to pay. Because everybody will like taxes reduced, that's the truth. But yet we still want free education, we still want free health care, we still want all the roads repaired, that the members of parliament responsible for repairing the roads. You still want street lights in every place. You still want clean water flowing throughout. But how is that going to happen if government departments and private sector too, as I said, private sector is not exempt from this, make it so difficult to do ordinary pieces of business? And KIPO falls in that category. This is nothing personal against anyone at KIPO and the Intellectual Property Office. When the Honourable Prime Minister had a colloquium about 2 months ago, Honourable Minister of Housing was organizing it. I said at that KIPO needs to straighten up itself. That is the truth. I think the KIPO officers who were there were not happy with what I said. But I said that on the 24th or 25th of every month, the problem is, not the problem, the reality is that government workers getting paid, right? And if they get paid a few hours late, like what happened a week and a half ago at SSA, you go on strike or go slow. But government still has to pay the salaries of 28,000 people and provide all the services, social services, welfare, everything that the government of Barbados provides, that very few countries in the world provide. And countries that are much wealthier than this country don't provide, such as free education, from nursery up to master's level, inclusive, at University of the West Indies. That is the truth. But a lot of government workers, like, they don't comprehend that issue. That is the truth. So therefore, you get at KIPO, historically, that an address is, let's say, Robert Street, Bridgetown. But because you don't have Robert Street, Bridgetown, Barbados, the application come back, the document come back with a mark in it, and you got to reapply, and then a whole year afterwards, you can't get back your document that you paid for. Where's an annual return? Where is a financial statement? Where's a notice of change of directors with the director's name on it or address? That is the reality that we're facing in this country. Or that the company name, the XY company, so you leave off the XY company limited, and you just have on the form XY company limited, and it reject, and you're held up from that, and you may need the document, Madam Deputy Speaker, to carry to the bank to get a loan. That is the kind of repercussions, practical repercussions that we have by the bureaucracy that is Barbados, that is the web sometimes of doing business. As I said, not only in government, but in the private sector that follows suit too. So we still have in this country a lot of regulations and stipulations that in a lot of cases the bureaucrats put on. That is the truth of the matter. That hold up business that come from the colonial era. But we still got them 58 years after independence. Not to mention 3 years after being a whole republic. The first and only republic for this century in the whole world. We still got these colonial and archaic rules and bound by a whole set of civil service rules that predate Barbados' independence. That holding up the progress of this country. And for example, when I was Minister of Immigration had a whole set of things on there that were not legislated. So to get citizenship or permanent status, you had to get a QEH, a letter from the QEH, Honourable Minister of State in Ministerial Health, that said you didn't owe QEH any money. You never went in QEH yet in your life yet. But still you had to wait a whole year to get a letter from QEH to say that you don't owe QEH any money. And all that time you can't get your citizenship, you can't get your permanent status, you can't get your immigrant status. Well, I said, no, but that is nonsense. Show me in anywhere, in any law in Barbados, which says that you have to get a letter from the QEH to get citizenship. You can't show me? Well, done. From today, that is not required. And that is just one example. So that is what we're dealing with as a parliament. That is what we're dealing with as a parliament. So are you not, Madam Deputy Speaker, at this stage of my career, and at my age now, I'm not getting into legal niceties like the leader of the opposition. That is the truth. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition and I studied the same law. We went through law school, law faculty together over 40 years ago. But I'm not like him. I really don't have time, nor the energy right now to get into the legal niceties and things. If there's some ambiguity in the bill, well, the law court's there for that. That's what the law court there for. People go in the law courts every day. Well, there's no perfect bill. There's no perfection in the English language. So, we're not getting into that. The goal of this bill is to try and bring some kind of efficiency in dealing with corporate affairs in this country and intellectual property. That is the truth. It is to elevate the quality of service, customer service to the people of Barbados, and by extension to non-Barbadians who want to invest in this little rock. It is to strengthen Barbados' competitive position within this region, because it can't be that the Cayman Islands and Tortola and Bermuda and other countries, St. Lucia too, that you have ease of doing business in terms of corporate affairs and investment and commercial enterprises in Barbados. You file something in the corporate registry, right? And after 18 months, you can't get it back. That is the truth. All you get back is your receipt showing that you file it. You can't get your documents. But that is the reality of the situation. There's a backlog of documents in at the registry, and any attorney at law or their clerk who deals with that entity on a daily basis will tell you that they're real frustrated. And I said, as I said, I'm not getting into personalities, ma'am, but I have a duty as a member of Parliament sent here by the people, good people of St. James North, to speak. So when I look at this, at the whole scenario, Madam Deputy Speaker, first thing opening hours. And this transcends government, many government departments. That you open at 8:30 in the morning or 9 o'clock, wherever, because by the time the officers settle in, and I'm not being personal. And then by 3 o'clock, you close for cash. In some places, 2:30, closed down. You can't pay. As a lawyer, ma'am, I never refused cash yet. You bring money to me, legal fees, I taking it. If you want, come at midnight and give me, I in my office, I taking the money. So I go to a department at 3 minutes past 3 the other day to pay some money and to tell me that they can't take the money, the accountant closed the till already. I went to another one, 3:30, and they tell me, man, we close at 2:30, you can't take no money, but we're going to accommodate you because it's you. Well, to be truthful, you know, I shouldn't have to be accommodated because it's Edmund Hinkson, that is the truth. That if it's an ordinary person, they can't get accommodated. So this really and truly boggles my mind. That you want money in government departments to run this country, to pay for all the services that I outlined at the start of my speech. But the government departments closing off at 2:30, 3 o'clock, they say so that the workers could add up the money or go and do some other business. We should have longer work hours in this country in government service and flexi time. That is the truth. That is what is needed in this country. That it can't be a small window of opportunity and then at 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock, the officer going for lunch might take a whole hour and a half too. And you driving around. So therefore, look, we have to get more of the payments on stream, online for one, that you don't have to walk about in hot sun taking money, right? But government departments have to open for purposes of receiving money after 3 o'clock. That is one of the problems. We have to get a longer work station in this country. And flexi time can do it. But some people will be willing to come into work maybe 11 o'clock in the morning when the traffic clear and work till 8 o'clock or something in the night. So this is one of the problems that curtailing us, and if it needs serious discussions with the trade union, let us have these serious discussions with the trade union. And this is what this act, as I understand it, at least is about. So it isn't only talking, the talk is now trying to make a reformation onto an archaic system of doing business into a department, corporate affairs and intellectual property, that control hundreds of millions of dollars every year. So one of the business ministers in the former administration, who the Honourable member for St. James South knows because she beat him warmly in 2018, he used to talk. He used to say the same thing that he's saying, that we need to open longer hours, but he had the opportunity as business minister and never did it. Couldn't get his prime minister to agree, couldn't get his cabinet to agree. So nothing was done. The corporate registry and intellectual property office got worse and worse. So this is an attempt to try to deal with this issue, to deal with the 1,000 telephone calls that you have daily. That's impossible to deal with. Because when you, and I look at the schedule of personal emoluments for this year, and it tells me that both in the last financial year and this current one, they only have 39 workers, 39 people working in this department of KAIPO. How many of them are legally trained or, experts, skilled in their fields? Look like less than half. You can't run a multi-million-dollar department, multi-million-dollar department on this. You have to give it resources, both human and financial. So you have to be fair to those who are there. That is the truth. I feel that the too bureaucratic, and because my T not crossed, you send back my document. But you have to give the resources. The Honourable Minister in the other place has, I believe, in her presentation to the Senate, I think it was 3 weeks ago on this bill, has committed that the resources will be given. Because we could vote here, as we will do today, to bring into force and establishment this entity, Business Barbados. But if the resources are not given to it, we're still in the same waters, swimming boat, drowning. That is the truth. So I look forward to seeing the resources being given to this entity, because this is an entity that is one of the primary productive, managing one of the primary productive sources of income in this country. Tourism, number one. International business, commercial enterprises, investments, number two. And the reality is that within the last few years, the taxes from international business have declined tremendously. And one of the reasons for that, over the years, we're trying to build it back up now, is that companies and investors in those areas frustrated with Barbados in terms of the bureaucracy and going somewhere else. Say if it's taking so long to do basic business in this country, let me go somewhere else to do it. So this is an attempt to right that failure, because Barbados has to be on the cutting edge and leading edge within this region in terms of investment. We have the communication services setups. We lead on that. We have the skill base necessary. We have the educational system necessary. We have the properties there, the high-end properties necessary for people who would want to buy properties. But we can't be lagging behind in terms of ease of doing business. Right now, there's no separation between the corporate entity and the intellectual property entity of the corporate affairs department. And that can't be right. Well, that is common sense. Well, how you could have the same people administering two vital areas of productive and economic activity. So I looked in the official gazette, August, and you're seeing trademarks that were applied for way back in 2017, 7 years ago, now being advertised. 7 years ago. And that is so historically, because the first time I remember in my career, I registered some trademarks in it would have been around 1990. I had a client out of Jamaica that was doing business here and was registering trademarks. It took much about 3 years. And I wrote the Chief Justice. At that time, he had oversight over the corporate registry, the then Chief Justice, on the issue. Didn't get anywhere with it. That is the truth. So this has been happening for years and years. This ain't now come back. It now come to this government to try and resolve this issue. And as was said by the Honourable Minister the Honourable Member for St. James South, I mean, people's intellectual property rights have to be protected. That is the truth. And if you can't get them protected, it's going to retard innovation and enterprise. So this is what this bill is about. The benefit of this bill is going to be greater independence and management capacity, ability to make and implement decisions more swiftly, because we know that the department, as it is now under mainstream government, will be tied in with a whole bureaucracy and decision-making process and a file passing wrong from here to here. And this officer here go on holiday for 4 weeks, and when they come back, the file's still on the desk. nobody ain't look at it because they don't have the manpower and the resources, etc. So this is to try and tackle that in a real way. So I'm fully supportive of this bill. I am willing to give this bill a chance. This whole entity, it has been done, statutory corporations, it's done at the QEA, it's done at NIS last year. We did that parliamentary legislation to bring those entities, for example, into force. And we hope that there will be less bureaucracy and more flexibility by the officers in dealing with matters. So, as I said, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am not into legal niceties. There's provision for regulations under Clause 37 of this bill to be made to give effect to the provisions of the Act. I would certainly believe that the Minister responsible will ensure that those regulations are made. There are regulations under the Act, the CAIPO Act, which this Act will repeal. And regulations certainly need to come and to come into force pretty soon. To deal with a couple of the points that the Honourable Leader of the Opposition made, I don't know. As I said, you know, the Honourable Opposition Leader spends a whole heap of time, as he did today, repeating points. I don't know if he feels that the points have greater credibility by repetition. I am one who doesn't subscribe to that notion, that if you have a proper point, you make it and you move on. But if you don't have a proper point, you go on repeating and repeating and repeating and repeating and repeating. That is the truth. But not that the strength of your argument increases by repetition, not at all. But I see nothing different in this piece of legislation than in other pieces of legislation. A minister has ultimate responsibility because it's the minister that is accountable, one, to cabinet, the cabinet colleagues, but even more importantly to the public. Even more importantly to the public, the minister is responsible. So in this piece of legislation, the minister may give directions of a general nature, as the Honourable Member for Christchurch South said. That is typical. Christchurch West said that is typical. In some pieces of legislation, the minister has the authority to give specific directions. I don't know, quite honestly, how the draftsman decides which pieces of legislation minister can give general policy directions and which specific, but this one is general. So you know, you can't give specific things, give this contract to X, Y, tomorrow. It's general nature, has to be in writing, so there's a paper trail. And that is normal. And the entity, board of directors, shall comply with those directions. We have seen under the last Democratic Labour Party administration, and even the one before that, too, where in at least two statutory boards that come to my mind very, very quickly, National Conservation Commission and the Barbados Water Authority, where people appointed themselves executive chairmen, gave themselves salaries of about $150,000 when there was no legislative provision for that. Yes, I said it last administration. Breach of the law, serious breach of the law. Executive chairman, when you look through the NCC Act, and I know that Act well, because I was chairman, that was one of my first public appointments in the mid-1990s, and when you look through the BWA Act, you saw no such position, but yet people were appointed there to those positions, $150,000 a year, obviously with the knowledge of the ministers in charge, to do the ministers' bidding, and a whole heap of steel gone through the headers.
I remember you have 3 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. So you have a special audit by the Auditor General talking about $1.4 billion that cannot be accounted for at the BWA as a result of this kind of legislative inexactitudes under the last administration. The Democratic Labour Party or its leader has no moral authority to speak about anything such as these. The issue of whether the registrars can take directions from the CEO. The registrar is quasi judicial position. Well, the Honourable member for Christchurch South admitted that himself. And therefore, you don't want to tie in the decisions of a registrar of corporate affairs or intellectual property with a politically appointed board of directors. I would have thought that anyone with reasonable knowledge of politics and political processes would understand that. And if an individual has difficulty with a decision of a registrar, that's what the court's there for, to appeal the decision of the registrar, not appeal to the minister or to the board of directors. I mean, that's, as I understand it, good corporate governance. So I look forward, Madam Deputy Speaker, to seeing when this rolls out, this entity, and I know that there's talks about transitioning from the KIPO to the new entity already started. I look forward to when it is enforced to see a more efficient registry where people will no longer be frustrated, where applications that you pay for will be processed much quicker, whether within the intellectual property side or the corporate side, where monies would be given resources to modernize the presently outdated IT infrastructure, which requires seriously digital transformation. I mean, that period's within the last year where the equipment break down at corporate registry and you can't get anything done for a week or so because the equipment outdated. So we need to put in resources. Wherever entity you have, resources need to be given, Cabinet and Honourable Minister, to this new entity, because this is an entity that is dealing with hundreds of millions of dollars, which has to process many documents which are required legislatively and otherwise, and it deserves to be given the human resource capacity, and hence the provision that the minister, or rather that the board, can appoint experts, but with the approval of the minister, with the minister obviously having oversight on the salary and perks and etc. of the expert. And that has to be so, because I mean, the board can't go on its willy-nilly and give all kind of big salaries which are out of sync with the salaries in other government entities, statutory corporations, or out of sync with the policy of the government of Barbados. So we look forward to the human resources increasing this 39, where only less than half of them, by my quick reading here, a lot less than half are skilled in terms of dealing with the applications, etc., or able to make, or in a decision-making capacity, and where the technical and technological resources are given, so that we can see an improvement in the customer service of this entity and see an ease of doing business, which is so absolutely important to the economic development of this country and the productive advancement of our people. I'm obliged to you, Madam.
Honourable Member St. James South.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I thank you for the tremendous patience you've shown all day with what we had to bear during the day. As I listened to the Honourable Member for Christchurch South, a phrase came to mind, that Netflix must be missing an angel, must be missing an actor of the highest quality. I have heard so much sound and fury, dramatics, sound effects. And when you examine what you're being told, you recognize that what is being shared does not connect with either fact or truth. We were told that he has come to teach us that he's a master of the law, 40 years. And we are to be instructed because he's the person in here that is the expert on law. So imagine my surprise, Madam Deputy Speaker, to hear him for half an hour talking about the fact that the registrar and the director of registrations do not have to listen to the CEO when it comes to certain matters that are enactments. One would have thought that he did not understand what an enactment is.
Referring to the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, ma'am? Are you referring to the Honourable Leader of the Opposition?
If I'm referring to
The Honourable Member of Opposition?
the
Please give him.
Honourable Member for the Opposition.
Please give him his title.
Will do. Thank you so much for the correction. So, this said to me, either he knows what an enactment is, and he is seeking to confuse and mislead this chamber, or he really doesn't know as much as he feels he knows, having been in the law for 40 years. The other thing that confused me, it really startled me, and it was this. He spoke about warning us about making sure that we use Barbadians for the key posts at Business Barbados, deeming people in Barbados to be suitable and able, and I agree, we have suitable and able people here in Barbados. But then he proceeds, when he is discussing the matter of the powers given to the board and the powers given to the CEO, that a runaway board and a runaway CEO would delegate powers to somebody who could go off and do as they like with the business of Business Barbados. Are they to be trusted or not? That is what I could not understand. That one minute they were suitable, but the next they could run and do every kind of thing that would land them in a prison. I need him to know that we have laws governing the financial management, corporate governance of this country, and all of its institutions, including Business Barbados. And that no runaway board or runaway CEO can behave like what happened under the Democratic Labour Party when they're in office will not happen under this government. Another matter that really confused me, so I'm hoping to make sure that Barbadians are not confused. He spoke about Section 8.1, where he was speaking about the board and wondering why we were giving them powers to manage the resources and the contracts of Business Barbados, saying that the board has an oversight function and should not have a management function. And he made heavy weather of that for another 30 minutes. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, had he read Section 8.1, Section 8.2, the honourable member would not have fallen into that error, because it only demonstrates that he either did not read or does not understand the law when it is constructed, and I will help the honourable member with an explanation. The functions of the board are the appointment of staff to Business Barbados and the management thereof, the management of the resources and contracts of Business Barbados, the development of policies for the prudent and efficient management of Business Barbados, and the monitoring of the performance of Business Barbados in respect of the discharge of its functions. These are the functions of the board. Section 2 says, for the purpose of subsection 1, which I just read, the board shall. It explains how it should go about executing the functions that are given to them. Now, this is ordinary law that an honourable member who is a 40-year veteran should know and understand and not seek to mislead this House or mislead the people of Barbados. For the purpose of subsection 1, the board shall provide strategic direction and policy guidance, ensure compliance with the laws and enactments and government policy, oversee the budget and financial affairs of Business Barbados. That's how they're to go about managing it. Overseeing the budget and the financial affairs, make sure all is in order. Participate in the development and review of Business Barbados, etc. Advise on the alignment of Business Barbados initiatives, etc. And it has a whole set of elements included there, guiding the board as to how to execute its functions. It really would be strange to me for me to think that the honourable member could think that board members who have a job every day would be arriving at Business Barbados and going into the account section and sorting out the finances of Business Barbados. It does not happen. The other thing that startled me, because it made me feel that perhaps he's not as well versed in corporate governance or understand how businesses work or organizations work. Contracts are always approved by a board. The management and the team cannot take it upon themselves to organize contracts, execute them without reference to the board reviewing and approving of the contract. This is normal. There's nothing new about that. So I was concerned with the sound and fury which he created around this, making this a major issue, as though someone is trying to do something out of the way. Someone wants to do something wrong. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to sincerely thank the Honourable Minister with responsibility for energy and business. We want to welcome the Honourable Minister and her Permanent Secretary to this chamber. We want to sincerely thank them for the creation of Business Barbados, because as I said, it is the key to transforming Barbados and the key to transforming interest in investments and turning it into economic development for Barbados. And we want to wish her, the team, as they work to make Business Barbados a reality, we want to ensure that they have all of our best efforts and support to be able to put this in place. We also want to sincerely thank the Honourable Representative for St. Michael Northeast, who leads this government and this administration, because of the tremendous work that has been put in to so organize the strategies that we have been using to help dig Barbados out of the deepest hole it has ever found itself in, and for so managing and coordinating the various efforts to help us put back in place those things which are needed to take Barbados forward, those things which are needed to grow our economy, those things which are needed to meet the very felt needs of Barbadians in this country. We have made a lot of progress. There's still more that needs to be had, but we are indeed growing in a way that is admirable and has excited the admiration of people in other countries around us and institutions, international organizations. I want to thank my honourable colleagues who have participated in the debate and shared so well, explaining various matters pertaining to this bill. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am obliged. Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that the bill be read a second time.
This will be read a second time. All honourable members in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no. Who thinks the ayes have it? This bill now.
Thank you. Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg that you do now leave the chair and the House resolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill.
The question is that this bill be now.
Now leave the chair and the House resolve itself into committee for
Question
further
is that I don't
consideration.
leave the chair and the chairman of committees preside over the session.
You wait a minute off first. Wait a minute off first.
This House is now in committee.
Mr. Chairman, permission to call the bill in parts.
Commissioner so bound, sir.
Part 1, clauses 1 through 4.
The question is that Part 1, clauses 1 to 4 stand part. All honourable members in favour, say aye.
Aye.
Honourable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 2, clauses 5 to 20.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 2, clauses 5 to 20 stand part.
The question is that Part 2, clauses 5 to 10 stand part.
20. 5 to 20.
The question is that Part 2, clauses 5 to 20 stand part. All honourable members in favour, say aye.
Aye.
Honourable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 3, clauses 21 to 28.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 3, clauses 21 to 28 stand part.
The question is that Part 3, clauses 21 to 28 stand part. All honourable members in favour, say aye.
Aye.
Honourable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 4, clauses 29 to 43.
To 40.
43.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 4, clauses 29 to 43 stand part.
The question is that Part 4, clauses 29 to 43 stand part. All honourable members in favour, say aye.
Aye.
Honourable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
First schedule.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that the first schedule be the first schedule to the bill.
The question is that the first schedule be the first schedule to the bill. All honourable members in favour, say aye.
Aye.
Honourable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Second schedule.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that the second schedule be the second schedule to the bill.
The question is that the second schedule be the second schedule to the bill. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Third schedule.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that the third schedule be the third schedule to the bill.
The question is that the third schedule be the third schedule to the bill. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Fourth schedule.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that the fourth schedule be the fourth schedule to the bill.
The question is that the fourth schedule be the fourth schedule to the bill. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Fifth schedule.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that the fifth schedule be the fifth schedule to the bill. He seconded.
The question is that the fifth schedule be the fifth schedule to the bill. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that you do now report to Her Honor, the Deputy Speaker, the passing of one bill in committee.
The question is that I do now report to Her Honor, the Deputy Speaker, the passing of one bill in committee. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that this bill be now read a third time.
The question is that this bill be now read the third time. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that this bill be now passed and cited as Business Barbados 2024. Sorry, that it be cited Business Barbados Act of 2024.
The question is that this bill do now pass and be so cited. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. This bill has now been passed.
Order number 14. In the name of the Honourable Minister of Housing, Lands and Maintenance, to move the passing of a resolution to approve in accordance with Section 5 of the Crown Lands Vesting and Disposal Act, Chapter 225, the vesting in the National Housing Corporation of the parcels of land situate at Holders Hill in the parish of St. James in this island, and more particularly described in the schedule for residential purposes.
Honorable member for St. George South.
Good evening, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Good afternoon, sir.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise to introduce this resolution to vest specifically 2.574 hectares of land in acres. That's 6.35 acres of land situated at the former Bullings Agricultural Station, Holders Hill, St. James, in the National Housing Corporation. Let me begin though, Madam Deputy Speaker, to remind this chamber and those who are listening that our focus as a government is to the future, and we are pushing forward and providing for our people. And Madam Deputy Speaker, we are doing this in the area of housing through 3 agencies. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, these words I often utter when I speak on housing as a preamble leading into my discourse. That a dream that every Barbadian adult carries in his or her heart is to own their own home, and furthermore, to leave a start for their children or loved ones. So in essence, home ownership is the essence of what we refer to as the Barbadian dream, and one of the key principles of this administration as articulated in the Covenant of Hope. And I go further, Madam Deputy Speaker, to reference John F. Kennedy, who once said that the home is the first and foremost central organizing unit of a society. It is the place we raise a family, is the place we vote, and is the place we pay taxes. And Madam Deputy Speaker, many things revolve around good quality housing, including education, health, and wealth creation. And on the flip side, poor housing is associated with ill health and social decay. Madam Deputy Speaker, recognizing this, I also want to go back in time, a little history, and to remind the chamber and persons listening that the recorded achievements of the Barbados Labour Party during that period of 1976 to 1986. And that included a massive housing program, Madam Deputy Speaker, you know that, where we provided some 1,200 houses per year. And Madam Deputy Speaker, some of the areas giving rise to public housing in some areas such as Ferniehurst, Rosemont, Watton, Haynesville, Kensington Lodge, Oxnard, just to name a few. The member for St. George North, for St. James North, I know he's very familiar. Also with the tenantries, freehold purchase of that was done under this great party. And you know, Madam Deputy Speaker, the former member for St. Thomas, where we allowed the tenants in the plantation tenantries to purchase land at 10 cents a square foot. But I go further, Madam Deputy Speaker, to remind the chamber of 2 other things. We were the party that recapitalized the Barbados Mortgage Finance Company, member for Christchurch West. You recall that very well. And this would have been further extended to the provision of an extended housing welfare scheme, as well as the establishment of the General Workers Loan Scheme. And I don't want to go into the General Workers Loan Scheme because we know the history of the General Workers Loan Scheme, and those persons who had the opportunity to work in that ministry that I hold dear to my heart, and I go to work every day to ensure that Barbadians are given the best opportunity to own a home, would know that the last administration destroyed that loan scheme. And Madam Deputy Speaker, while I have given the history as it relates to the record of the Barbados Labour Party and the focus on housing as a party and as a government, form a government, to give the ordinary Barbadian the opportunity to own a home, let me come closer to the resolution that speaks to the vesting of the 6.35 acres of land at Bullins in the National Housing Corporation. But before I go there, let me recognize the work from the previous ministers who started this project. The member for St. Lucie, who was ably supervised by the member who is sitting next to her for Christchurch West. And we're at the stage now, Madam Deputy Speaker, we're at a stage that we are ready to, as we would say in Bajan parlance, put people in houses at Bullins. But before I get there, Madam Deputy Speaker, there's a lot of history surrounding the Bullins Agricultural Station. And the property is located at Holders Hill in St. James. It was previously the site of the Bullins Agricultural Station, which was utilized for the production of flowers and other ornamentals. And the member for Christchurch West Central, I know he loves the flora and fauna. And the Bullins Agricultural Station, this was established in 1948 to augment the work of the other existing district agricultural stations across the island. So through the ages, Bullins Agricultural Station engaged in production of vegetables and other root crops as well as livestock production. And this provided livestock farmers in the area of Holders Hill and the surrounding communities, give them the opportunity to benefit from the excellent service offered at the station in pig farming, which was the livestock of the choice then. But fast forwarding, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Bullins Agricultural Station was closed in 1983, reopened 4 years later in 1987 as a research facility, again for the emerging ornamental horticultural industry, and that became necessary. And this station delivered technical advice and other support services to the cut flower farmers, and that was a vibrant industry, and it still is across the island. And that saw the commercialization of the horticultural crops, such as anthuriums, orchids, heliconiums, and foliage, other foliage plants. The member for Christchurch West, you know this better than I do, West Central. An expanding floral design sector within the country. But Madam Deputy Speaker, this Bullins Agricultural Station was later closed and absorbed in other areas of agriculture. The operations at the home agricultural station was merged with the soil conservation unit, and that assumed the production for anthuriums and the orchid, and the staff was absorbed into the wider Ministry of Agriculture and Nutritional Security. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, the land before us here is to be vested in the National Housing for the purpose of housing. And not only will you see housing emerging at this site, but the Children's Trust will build a children's home, mirroring the Nightingale's children's home, but it will be catering to children from the age of 12. We know that the Nightingale children's home, the member for St. Michael South, that children's home catered to children up to 11 years old. Am I correct in saying that? And I want to thank the Children's Trust for focusing on our children, giving them the opportunity to become wholesome men and women, engaging not only in educational activity or learning, if you may want to call it a simpler term, learning, but engaging in recreational activity, providing life skills for these children. And I want to thank the National Children's Trust. So you will have within the environs of Bullins, the 13 acres, 6.35 acres allocated for housing. another 2 to 3 acres allocated for the children's home, and then a small entrepreneurial center will also be built at Bullins. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I heard a voice echoing in the chamber last week saying how we are taking up lands, good agricultural lands for housing. And that echo it resonated with me because the then person preempted the resolution, and indeed they spoke out of turn, because this government that I represent, we do not do things without consultation, and we have a town planning department that is capably led by the member for Christchurch West. And I want to read the comments from the Director of Planning in this chamber, so to put at rest those comments that were echoed in this chamber by the member for Christchurch South. And the comments go as follows. The Director of Planning: this site is located, and I'm reading, Madam Deputy Speaker, this site is located just outside of the Greater Bridgetown area. Reading from my notes, Madam Deputy Speaker. This site is located just outside of the Greater Bridgetown area, which has the Holders Hill Road as its northern limit. It is also located within the urban boundary, where the objective is to consolidate development around existing infrastructure and services in order to help safeguard the larger tracts of agricultural lands outside of this urban corridor. So straight away, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Director recognized the need to safeguard land for agricultural use. He went on to say, notwithstanding the Director of Planning and Development notes, these are my notes, the importance of urban culture. However, in this instance, the Ministry of Agriculture is decommissioning this facility and relocating it to Hope St. Lucie. The Holders Hill site has therefore become ripe for infill development, and the Director strongly supports the proposed acquisition for the purpose of residential development and at preferred densities in the form of duplex and quadruplex units. The proposed acquisition is in keeping with the principle and policies of the physical development plan. And I made sure, Madam Deputy Speaker, to walk with a copy, and I know these have been made a document of the House. So we don't just pick up land arbitrarily and put in housing, agricultural land. A thorough assessment is done by the technical teams, not only within the Ministry of Finance, where we have town planning and development, but also within the Ministry of Agriculture, within various other ministries, Public Works, Ministry of Housing. So we don't just pick up land and say, hey, listen, see this land here, we put this in housing, put this in agriculture. Careful studies are done. And indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, our focus, and the member for St. Philip South, he knows very well our focus is for us as a government and as a people to try to be self-sufficient in food production as much as we can. So we are not an arbitrary government that doing things willy-nilly. We do things, we follow science, and we also follow policies, and we follow advice of the technocrats within these ministries. They advise us. So the development of the site, Madam Deputy Speaker, which we intend to rename Floralis Gardens, in keeping with the Latin meaning flora and flowers. Floralis Gardens at Bullins. Yeah. The member for Christchurch West Central, he has been integral in renaming the site, and also the technocrats within the ministry. So I don't want to give him all the glory. But Madam Deputy Speaker, let me speak let me make it pellucidly clear that the site at Bullens Agricultural Station, now called Bullens, soon to be named Floralis Gardens. Yes, Floralis Gardens, Latin, flora and flowers, has 28 east-west units already constructed and foundations for 8 units in the form of 2 quadruplex units, in keeping with what I articulated earlier, the whole purpose of this site. And Madam Deputy Speaker, those 28 single units, the site will accommodate 36 housing units, or houses, as we would call them. We want to differentiate between housing units in terms of scheme, because you know persons often refer to housing scheme. There are 28 individual units to be sold, and 8 other units in the form of 2 quadruplex units, 2 by 4, making it a total of 36. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I am happy to report the progress that persons have been allocated to these 28 houses already. And before Christmas of this year, the member for Christchurch West, the Prime Minister will decide, because the member for Christchurch West, and I give credit where credit is due, he started this project. And I want to thank the Prime Minister who had the vision to say to us, we have over 20,000 applications for housing in this country. So there's no reason why we can't set a target of 10,000 houses. It is a stretch target. Some persons say we can't achieve it. It is an ambitious target. But guess what? Those of us who have gone to certain places would know, and who have worked for companies would tell you that all companies set ambitious targets, what we call stretch targets, so that even if we fall short of achieving our target, we would not fall short of satisfying the demands of the housing sector or the demands of whatever sector we are indeed managing within whichever sector it is, whether it is public service or private service. And I know I worked in the private service, the private sector, for over 25 years or more than 25 years. And I'm telling you, every year, when we sat around the table as managers, we set stretch targets in an effort to achieve, whether it was cement production, whether it was within the other manufacturing environment that I worked in. And at the end of the day, our take-home pay, what we call a bonus pay, was based on our targets, achieving our targets. And Madam Deputy Speaker, the bonus pay for us as parliamentarians and persons who represent the people of this country, our bonus pay is to see each and every family who has applied for a house in this country receive a home. That is our bonus pay. Our bonus pay is not about dollars and cents. Our bonus pay is about the people of this country being satisfied and happy that houses are being built and that their families can move into a home, and indeed they can leverage that asset. Because we know, and I came up in the system from humble origins. My mother never had the wherewithal to send me to a university, so we had to use the system of borrowing. And how do you borrow? When you go to a bank, they ask you what? Do you have an asset that you can borrow and you can leverage against? So it is in our interest, as I open today with my preamble. The Barbadian dream is to own a home and to leave a piece of this rock for their loved ones, to leverage their asset to educate. And that is why we would set stretch targets, because of the number of applications within the National Housing Corporation and in these entities. Over 20,000 applications for houses. But Madam Deputy Speaker, while I will speak on housing further, I briefly touch on the Barbados Children's Trust, and I know the member for St. Michael South, he'll speak on this. Part of the land will be made available for the construction of the children's home, for the child care board. The work has started already, and the member for St. Michael South, he will let them know. And the benefits of this arrangement is that it allows these children to be integrated within a stable community. As the saying goes, Madam Deputy Speaker, it takes a village to raise a child. Don't underestimate the importance of it. Takes a whole village. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It takes a whole village to raise a child. And this trust, the Barbados Children's Trust, over the years has been providing assistance to the children of Barbados in a number of ways. I mentioned that earlier. Targeting at improving the quality of lives through various projects. And I mentioned the Nightingale's Children's Village. And now we have gone to the Bullins Children's Home. Madam Deputy Speaker, the houses being built at Bullins fall under the East-West project. And we know the East-West project has been widely discussed, circulated, in some quarters criticized. But Madam Deputy Speaker, we set about to build 150 units. Hurricane Elsa came, and I can tell you that 23 of these units have gone to persons who have been impacted by Hurricane Elsa at various locations across the country. And Madam Deputy Speaker, we have built some 81 housing solutions today under the East-West program. The Bullins project would yield some 36 units, 28 of which are finished. And we have allocated 28 families to these units thus far. And we are awaiting the completion of the other 8 units at Bullins. But the East-West project saw some 12 units at Haggett Hall and 16 units at White Park Road. And those of you who may want to criticize may also want to recognize, and I said earlier, I'll continue to echo these words, our focus is to the future and pushing forward and providing for our people. But those of you who are out there criticizing this project would want to remember the fire in Wellington Street. Because 5 families, the said night of the fire, and the Lord bless those workers who indeed pushed to get those 60 units at White Park Road finished. Those families who were impacted by the fire, they lost their homes in the fire. And the member for St. Michael South, I know he worked closely with me. Those families were able to move into the White Park Road facility, the East-West project. 4 quadruplex units. 5 families on the said night of the fire. So when we criticize, we have to recognize when we criticize these projects, we are also criticizing those families who were impacted by the fire and move into these units. We provided housing for these families the said night. And they were not single families, one person. I visited them. And I expressed heartfelt sympathy on behalf of the government for the loss of a home. You know how it feels as parliamentarians, as MPs. Madam Deputy Chair, you know when you have to go to a family who have lost a loved one or who have lost a house. Some of us are lost for words because sometimes we don't know what to say. And that's the human being in us. We offer sympathy, sometimes we shed tears, especially if the family, they're very, very close to us, and we know all the constituents are close to us. And I went there, Madam Deputy Speaker, and those 5 families thanked the government. They're still thanking the government. Ever so often I pass by to check to see how they're doing. And one person said to me, one man, he said to me, these are the houses that people are criticizing, but these are lovely homes. And there are indeed lovely homes. We were able to house the East-West project, yes, had its challenges. We started the execution during COVID. We know we could not get labor in as a result of several challenges. Problems with the shipping, containerization within the world as a result of some of the crises that we know that existed then. We were not able to get materials, but particularly, we were able to, as a result of those challenges, and there's a saying that goes, in every disappointment is a blessing. We were able to train local people in the technology that now we're able to take many companies, many builders in Barbados, the average people from Oistins. They don't only have boat builders in Oistins, but we have house builders. And I know persons who, from Christchurch, St. John, St. George, St. Philip, the spectrum right across, who are now trained in the technology to build like gas steel frame houses and do the necessary electrical transfers, because we know that the plumbing transfer of knowledge and technology that came with the East-West houses. Many artisans were trained, many, across this country. So those who criticize must understand this government, like we did in the period of 1976 to 1986. Back then, we piloted electrical legislation, electricity, a number of electrical legislations in this country. And we're at the stage now that renewable energy to power homes, these homes came with solar panels that will also be installed on these homes, these 150 homes. I ain't finished yet, you know, because it is just not, we're not just talking about homes at Haggett Hall, the 12 units at Hackett Hall. We're not just talking about the 16 at White Park Road. We're talking about 12 units in St. Lucie at Coconut Hall. We are talking about the 16 units and sergeants that are finished. Remember, for Christchurch West in your area, we visited and we know we have more applicants than we have units. Same thing with the member for St. Lucie, we visited and we know we have more applicants than we have the units down in Coconut Hall. So when the naysayers begin to talk, we are busy putting people in houses on a daily and weekly basis. I'm talking East-West first. This is Bullins. I will go further into housing today. Because at the end of the day, when people getting criticized, my phrase remain, we wish to remind you that our focus is to the future. Pushing forward and providing for our people. I repeat that. When the naysayers criticize, we are busy working. And we wish to remind you that our focus is to the future, pushing forward and providing for our people. So while I appreciate certain talk shows, programs where our people can express concerns and ventilate, that's the whole purpose of it. And sometimes I can tell you, we learn a lot from those programs. Because there are people who generally go on to those programs and ask some hard questions, but then you got to check yourself. You run in a country and you have to sit down and say, hey, listen, look, this is a valid point raised by a citizen of this country. And we will go back, we call each other. Don't let people think that we as MPs and as ministers, we listen to the calling programs and we can say some forms of education occurred here. Because some people come onto that program and use it to indeed, they're very articulate persons. They may not be scholars with doctorates and first degrees and 3 degrees and law degrees and engineering degrees, but they have what we in Bayesian parlance usually love to refer to as a high level of common sense. A master's degree in common sense. And we learn a lot from those programs. But then there are some who criticize the government for criticizing the government's sake. And that is why today I will stand on my feet and proudly support the stellar record of this administration as it relates to housing. The period 1976 to 1986, watershed in terms of housing. And while some may want to talk, I can get back on track, but you need to say these things at times. When this government came to power, came to office, I don't like to use that word power. That's misuse of a word. And be careful how you use that word around people and in this country. When we came to office, back to office in 2022, and we announced the ambitious housing program. What was happening in this country in terms of rents, the very high rents. Persons paying for a 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom house. Most of you who live in certain areas would know $1,500 for a 1 and 2 bedroom house, $1,400, some more. The price of land is being sold in some areas, and I don't want to say as high as $30 per square foot. I want to say as low as $30 per square foot. Because that is the reality that we face. And as a government, we decided to cap the price of land for these houses, in most instances at $12 per square feet. For square foot, $12. Because our mission and our mandate was to ensure that the ordinary Barbadian can afford a piece of this rock. Not a piece of this rock, can afford a home. We have gone further than providing a piece of this rock. We are providing housing solutions. A piece of this rock, sometimes people take 10 years. You have a piece of this rock and you take 10 and 15 years to get a housing solution. We know that. But we have taken it further. And we are utilizing innovative technologies that I will speak to later. The demand for affordable housing in this country is very high. And it is evident by the fact, like I said, that the extremely high cost of land on the open market has rendered it unaffordable for the average person to own a home. So that is why these policies that we announced in 2022 when we came to office, and in the Covenant of Hope, that the price of land will not go past a certain dollar per square foot, the price of services. And we came from a system, the last administration, and when the member get up to speak, he has to recognize he speaks on behalf of the administration that he leads, and not on behalf of himself. Because sometimes when he speaks in here, he seems to think that he has isolated himself from the damage that party did to this country in terms of housing. The honorable member for Christchurch South. I don't disrespect people. That's your title, sir. I would never do it. Probably will soon be. I don't know what they will call you, but you won't be honorable member for Christchurch South within the near future. You will be former. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, the last administration built housing in this country at $650 per square foot. The last administration in this country,
10 years ago, President?
yes, built housing at $650 per square foot. Member for Christchurch Essential, I know you of all people will understand the exorbitant prices that existed under the last administration to own a 2-bedroom home. 2 sites. One was built at $650 per square foot. And I am going to be very specific and accurate, because I see the member likes to refer to certain. I know he will have his say, and he's going to get up and probably talk about hope, but I will get to hope before you get to hope, because there's hope and hope. Valerie, overall cost $114,239.42, or $651.74 per square foot. Grotto, $27,174,128.12, or $653.20 per square foot. We are in nowhere close to those prices some 11 years after. Which shows that by coming to work and having the citizens, the blessings of the citizens and their survival as the main focus of us being in here, the existence of the ordinary man, the survival of the ordinary man, to educate them, the need a home. And I started there. John F. Kennedy is the most central organizing unit where you pay taxes, you educate, you do certain things at a home. Member for St. Peter, you ever hear anybody send a tax bill to Parliament for you? Where the Senate to Rose Hill, St. Peter. Member for Christchurch, West Central, where your tax bill go and your water bill? It comes there. It goes to home. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I told you about the 36 units at Bullins. I came to Solaris Court and I told you about those 16 units that are occupied with fire victims and with Hurricane Elsa victims and with the ordinary poor man, poor people in this country in those units. Then I go on to Haggett Hall, 12 units, occupied again by whom? Ordinary man. Low-income earners in this country, Hurricane Elsa victims. Then I go to St. Lucie now. And yes, we will have openings, and Honourable Member, you can come, Member for Christchurch South. Because next month we'll be opening those 28 units at Bullins. And I will invite you. I will invite you. So when you go back to George Street, you can tell them how these houses are, what these units look like, how the people are happy. And I spoke in here, and there I walked. I was going to watch the bands on Black Rock Main Road. Member for St. Michael North, I came down St. Stephen's Hill. And there is a unit as you begin to descend St. Stephen's Hill. Those of you who are my age group would know, just as you turn up to go up St. Stephen's Hill, there used to be a guy doing some rotisserie chicken there. You know, the house is 2 houses traveling north on the eastern side of the road from that man who did the rotisserie chicken. I travel all across Barbados, yes. And the lady saw me, I was traveling with my family to watch the bands. And the lady recognized me. And she stopped me and she said, "You're the Minister of Housing. Can I have a word with you?" And she said to me, "I want to thank the government." And this is no lie. I don't lie to this chamber. And I know if I have to bring her up in an interview, she said she will publicly come and thank the government. She's happy. The house is a Hurricane Elsa victim house for Hurricane Elsa victim on St. Stephen's Hill. You all remember when you were canvassing, because you like to canvass in other places except Christchurch South. I don't know why, but you're all over like Punka, donkey. You know, my dad told me he saw you and he exchanged pleasantries with you, you know, in St. George South. Yeah, he is St. George South with the army. It takes more than an army for me, sir. But I'm not arrogant about it. I do my work. But when you get a chance, you're going in St. Michael Northwest, you can stop and exchange pleasantries with the lady. And you can tell her that you spoke to me in the chamber and what a wonderful house I boast of and how happy she is. But we are going further because we have finished 81 East-West units to date. And we have remaining only 27 foundations that will give us, no, 22 foundations that will give us 27 units. We have started the others at River Crescent, and we have one more site to complete the 150. Yes, it has taken a while. Yes, it has been challenging. But I go back to the words. I wish to remind you that our focus is to the future and pushing forward and providing for our people. We have overcome the challenges, and we are pressing on as a government. And those 150 units, I'm certain, if you multiply on average by 3 or 4, that will be living accommodation for close to 600 individuals. Multiply that by 4. Remember, for St. Michael South, you know, you are in there, and you know those 3 bedrooms, at least 4, let me say on average 3 to 4. You have provided accommodation, living for at least 500 individuals. Where do you educate your children from? The schools, and then where? Home. When we have a fire victim and 3 children going to Erdeston and some going to St. John Primary, Luther Tarn, I call in schools, there's no internet. There are no books in that house to learn from. Children are disadvantaged with fires. Let's talk. Let's talk. Our house is the most central organizing unit where we educate our children. I recall as a young parliamentarian why I believe all Wi-Fi should be open. In my village in Allerton St. George, where my office was at Bledman Road, the first office that I occupied in Bledman Road, the young children on evenings would come, Madam Deputy Chair, and line off on the wall and go on the internet. Member for St. Philip West. They lined off on the wall of my constituency office to utilize the internet, because in some homes they never had that. And we're not making any derogatory criticism of these young children. And it forced me to say, hey, listen, look, I understand the importance of opening your Wi-Fi. You know, some persons want to protect it, but you have children out there who are disadvantaged. And every single home should have Wi-Fi. Every single home. Because the kids go home, and most of the work now is via the World Wide Web, www. And surfing the internet. Member for St. Philip West, know that the tools that you have to educate your kids with. I have done it with my son. Everything in Google Classroom. How do you get on Google Classroom? You need what? The internet. You need a home, you need a place. So I would implore all of my colleagues here to have their office open to these young people. I have mine open. I just placed a number of reading books in there. They can come in any evening. Their internet are down. They can come to my office and sit and utilize the internet. And I'm just trying to explain the importance of a home or a place where children can learn, sit comfortably and learn. That's their homes. And I know all of us in here, we take pride in what we do as parliamentarians and how we seek to empower young people and even adults. And don't only have the office, I know that's what we do. I can't speak for the others when they were in power, when they were in office, sorry. But I know that is what we do. And I know the member who's sitting in the chair, the love she has for children, a former teacher. And I know she, the honorable member, deputy chair, I know you support everything that I just said. Because our children, that's the future. And in an effort to secure our future, we have to provide homes. But Madam Deputy Chair, we have one more site to build foundations at for the East-West project. And that's at Dawes North. We have just finished the infrastructure. The roads are in, the poles are in. And we're on our way, Madam Deputy Chair, to complete the East-West project. And the proof of the pudding is in the eating. So in December and in January and thereafter, we'll be opening site by site. I have to speak to the member for St. Lucie to determine when he wants his site to be open, because we are placing persons into those houses as we speak. But we will do buildings first. And I wait to hear the member for St. Michael Northeast, who we have to respect, because it's her vision and the opportunity that she has given to each and every one of us to go into those ministries and do the jobs that we are doing, whether in health and education, in transport and works, in youth and sports, in people's empowerment and labor, in tourism, in town planning. We have to pay respect to her. So I will wait to hear the date when we will go and hand over those keys to those families who are in need of housing in this country. No other government, and I will quote the figures today, because I hear persons running around talking about they have built the most houses in this country over a 10-year period, partnering with the private sector. But I'm going to get there, but I'm going to share some news with you now. That in 10 years, under the last administration, they continue to boast that they have built, or that they built 1,400 houses in 10 years. But Madam Deputy Chairman, members of this chamber and the country should know that between 2022 and present is not the end of the financial year yet. We have built 1,323 houses, joined with the private sector. That's why you set ambitious targets. That's why you set ambitious targets. Because within less than 3 years, we have achieved with the private sector, and I'm going to break it down later, but I'm just giving some notes, and I can share the statistics with the member for Christchurch South. We don't have anything to hide, because if you want to walk into the ministry like you've done before and call, when you were on this side though, when we had our nice meeting in St. Lawrence Gap, little did I know that you had plans. But we facilitated you, and we will do it again. So you can come and see. If you want to count house by house, you can count house by house, and I can give the report. So Madam Deputy Speaker, the East-West site, the last site will be Dawes North, where we have 27 units, 22 foundations to build. And we were waiting for that site to be ready. And it is ready for us to begin the process of building the foundations and to close out the East-West project. If I tell you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and the member for Christchurch West will tell you, has this been easy? No, it's not been easy. It's not been easy. Building houses is not easy. It's not like writing a paper, a policy paper, or writing a script. It requires different units coming together, ministries coming together, water planning, electrical utilities, all the utilities, coming together, coordinating, synergizing, bringing the necessary synergies to build a house. It is not a private entity that you are building. You have to utilize government resources to plan, to project manage. So while some may sit and criticize, they have to understand what goes into coordinating a housing project. But Madam Deputy Speaker, let me go on. Madam Deputy Speaker, I just quoted some figures, 1,323 units that have been built across this country between the period 2022 to current. And Madam Deputy Chair, close to 1,000 of these units were built by the public sector, 974 to be exact, and 349 were built by the private sector. That brings the total, Madam Deputy Speaker, to 1,323 units that were built. And I listed the sites, Madam Deputy Speaker, for the East-West project: Sargents, River Crescent, Concordia, Dawes North, and 23 of these units that were utilized in 2021 for Hurricane Elsa victims. And that brings our total to 81 thus far. But Madam Deputy Speaker, the East-West project is just about a small fraction of the entire housing program that we have embarked upon as a government. And Madam Deputy Speaker, the National Housing Corporation, while the National Housing Corporation in its sole entity will not be responsible for building houses at this stage, the National Housing Corporation still has the responsibility to find joint venture partners who will build the houses while the government provides the land. But the government building entity that I will get to shortly is Hope. Hope Ownership providing, Home Ownership providing energy, Hope Inc. But the projection, Madam Deputy Speaker, for joint ventures some 1,300 housing units will be provided at 7 different locations, inclusive of 484 middle-income houses and 780 affordable low-income houses, and the construction of duplexes, townhouses, quadruplexes. These are the new technologies that we have brought, because we don't have the land space, Madam Deputy Speaker, to continue to build single dwelling units. So we have to increase our densities in terms of the number of houses we can place on an acre lot. In the past, the tradition, on average, we can say that per acre of land, 10 housing units would go on that acre. Remember, for Christchurch West, on average. But we have to increase the densities in places like Mason Hall Street, where there's land scarcity, but there's a need for housing. Hinesbury Road, we just approved at Cabinet the acquisition of land, what we call them, sectuplexes, hexplexes, duplexes, quadruplexes. Some are 6, some are 4, some are 2. And we are trying to eliminate the high maintenance that occur with high-rise building, where we go more than 4 stories, we need that elevator. We are trying to eliminate that because we can see from past experiences, especially under the last administration, and this point is not a criticism, but when you get into maintenance with 8 stories, the elevator maintenance, and then you have within certain areas some challenges with spare parts, and you have to change out the elevators because several things are changing. The technology in allowing you to buy a car and keep it now for 20, 25 years, you're seeing the technology changing. Sometimes you can't find a part for it. Same thing with elevators. And we know the elevators in some buildings, private sector as well, that I work in, the word, what we say, obsolescence was used nearly every year to describe equipment. Obsolete, obsolescence. Equipment obsolete. Nearly every year, some technology coming for bearings, for panels, for boxes, for switches, switch gears, technology, obsolete, obsolete, obsolete. And it increased the cost of maintenance profusely. And as an engineer, I presided over that for over 20 years. So I know what I'm talking about. There are challenges as you go 8 stories with respect to housing and high-rise apartment buildings in this country. And we can look at the 2 that we have built, and we can see the challenges. Remember, for St. Michael's South Central, and I visited her area, and we know the challenges with elevators. So we are looking at different building techniques and utilization of spaces so we can increase our densities and still cater to the maintenance and keep our maintenance costs down. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, the NHC joint venture program are within a number of jurisdictions: parishes, Westers, Joints in St. James, Atlantic Breeze in Christchurch, Brighton and St. George. I will specifically speak to Hanson and Lower Burnley project, Coverley in Christchurch, Vineyard in St. Philip, St. Bartholomew in Christchurch. These are just about a few of the sites that we have started infrastructural work. Some have started houses, and those 7 sites will give you 1,300 houses at those 7 locations. Jones Wester site started some years ago. This site has some 35 out of 71 units being built. At Atlantic Breeze in Christchurch, I'm proud to report that to date we have built or handed over 75 units. Phase 2 has started, and there's some 50 houses at various stages of construction. And phase 2 is expected to be completed in January 2025. That will put the total at 125 units out of 267. And phase 3, the construction of 50 more houses, will start as soon as phase 2 is finished. Madam Deputy Speaker, I moved to Brighton in St. George. Again, I want to thank the member for Christchurch West who acquired this land in Brighton. That is within the area of St. George South. We have some 43 housing solutions started. To date, all infrastructure works, roads, utilities ran, water ran. All infrastructure works have been completed, and it is projected that We will have 10 houses by the end of this year at Brighton, and an additional 17 houses by March 2025. And it's expected that all 43 houses will be finished by August 2025. Madam Deputy Speaker, Coverley and Christchurch. We have started the infrastructural works at Coverley and Christchurch to build some 30 units. We expect, Madam Deputy Speaker, that these units will be completed by September in the year 2025. That's all, but we'll be handing over units as we travel through the year, Madam Deputy Speaker. But the final unit will be handed over in September 2025. I stay in Christchurch, Madam Deputy Speaker. St. Bartholomew in Christchurch. We have commenced the infrastructural works, and this will see some 35 units that will be built, because we now have to push the infrastructure work, so this may carry us into January 2026. Tell them. But this brings me to what I call a major housing project that we need in this country. And you recognize that housing helps solve social issues within our country. When you have to compete for a space to sleep, when you have to compete for a space to eat, and this is no sport, or we are not making any joke about what we see in this country. I go to the Pine. The housing unit in the Pine, that's over some 600 houses within the Pine. It's probably the oldest estate. And Madam Deputy Speaker, this is the first time that a government will attempt to for want of a better word, reduce the density and provide better living conditions for people in the Pine. And I don't want to get into what I saw when I went in the Pine with respect to 3 different generations living in the same housing unit. It is real in this country. So we have acquired land at Hanson, Low Burney in St. Michael. One of the biggest or longest milestones in housing, not just infrastructure, but the environmental impact and social assessment, or the environmental and social impact assessment, is ESIA or EISA for any housing project. When you're going above a certain density, you have to conduct, some persons say EIA, but it's ESIA, the environmental social impact assessment. And at Hanson, we acquired some 40 plus acres of land. And this acquisition was done with a view to address the challenges that we face in the Pine Wilderness. And Madam Deputy Speaker, the member for St. Michael Southeast and we joined this chamber together. Madam Deputy Speaker, I know of her challenges in the Pine. I know of the challenges, not only her challenges, the challenges in this country, in certain areas that are densely populated, in housing units that are over 60 years old. where 3 generations are living. And this is real. And I'm not criticizing the Democratic Labour Party or the member for Christchurch South here. I am speaking about the reality that exists in this country from successive governments, that we have taken it upon ourselves to acquire the land, and I'm staying here a bit. Because when you acquire 40 acres of land, that means you are providing housing, multiply that by 3. Average 3 persons in a household, member for St. Philip South. That's housing for 1,200 individuals in this country. So 40 acres, when we look at our densities, 40 acres can give us in excess of 400 units. Once we begin to talk duplexes and quadruplexes, and if the member for Christchurch South needs clarity, we can explain it, because it isn't anything. I knew certain things when I came to housing. It's not law. You wouldn't know everything, member. You know what I'm saying? I don't know any law. I have once referred to you for the law. You don't like me anymore, but that's all right. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have finished the design for the Spine Road. The Spine Road is the road that will link the entire development that you have to traverse to get from one section to the other. That's like going down Highway 2A. You have to pass Highway 2A from Warrens to get to St. Thomas Parish Church. So that's the Spine Road that links Warrens with, we call it the Spine Road. And this development will be divided into 2 sections, 2 20-acre sections. We have vested already in this chamber 20 acres in Hope Ownership Provided Energy, and the other 20 acres in the National Housing Corporation, where again we will see the joint venture partnership, where private public, we provide the land. The joint venture partner will come in and provide the infrastructure and build the homes, sell the homes, and these will be low-income homes for the people in the Pine and surrounding districts, because we have to address the density of the Pine. And currently we are engaging, carrying out the social surveys in the Pine. And every week I report to the Deputy Prime Minister, who's the Member of Parliament for St. Michael's Southeast, who represents that area very well indeed. And I report the progress, because for me and her, it is not about us. It is about the people in the Pine knowing that we as a government have their best interests at heart, and this project has started. Currently we have a D6 tractor on site clearing the site. The design for the roads have started. We expect the designs to finish in another 2 weeks. We met with the engineer who's designing the roads. We expressed the importance of it. And this site, Madam Deputy Speaker and members of this chamber, is dear to me, because the member for St. Michael South, he's from the Pine as well. And he understands the importance of addressing housing, because when you address housing, you address the social ills, you address elements of poverty, you also address elements of crime. And I'm not afraid to go there. I'm not afraid to go there. Others may be, but not me. Because we recognize, Madam Deputy Speaker, there's always a saying that the Lord, he doesn't, not the Lord, the devil finds work for idle hands. And the reality is, we know young men and young women, and we are saying most young men. The member for St. John, he can tell you about those persons who are under 35 and who are incarcerated, the percentage, I think it was in the 80s of those who are at Dawes Prison. And some of the challenges, as a former minister of youth, those challenges have to do with housing conditions, where persons live. So I stay on this one because this is a project that is dear to this government, addressing the challenges in that district. But I go further, Madam Deputy Speaker. Plans are also on the way to construct some 500 houses on 60 acres of land at Vineyard. A draft agreement has been prepared between the National Housing Corporation and BJ's Investment. And we expect that infrastructure works will commence after the land has been purchased by National Housing Corporation through private treaty. We would like to start housing in 2025 at Vineyard. This land will be purchased, member, for St. Michael South, St. Philip South through BACT. We have started negotiations. The lawyers are talking, BACT lawyers and National Housing lawyers. This is the blessing of cabinet already. So what I'm speaking about, we have approved at cabinet. Remember, you look like the papermate man. You're just writing. You know that phrase, the papermate man? I go to other National Housing Corporation projects. And Madam Deputy Speaker, you would love to hear this one. We have approval, planning approval. Thank you, member, for Christchurch West. For Allen View,
40 acres.
40 acres. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't want to misrepresent how many houses we are going to be building there. I respect is due, and I will pause to let you know how many houses we intend to build at Allen View. 40 acres, Madam Deputy Speaker. The density here has been reduced a bit, but with the 5 acres, we intend to get over 45 lots. And those are 45 housing solutions. And I can give you, Madam Deputy Speaker, the subdivision number that was approved at Town Planning, 0774/04/2011C, approved. And we intend to start these houses next year, Madam Deputy Speaker. Because you have been asking for housing at Allen View, 40 acres. For middle and low income people within your jurisdiction. And I intend to ensure that this becomes a reality in 2025. Madam Deputy Speaker, I can go on and on with respect to the housing solutions that we have started and those that we will embark upon in 2025 to give us our close to 1,500 housing solutions. Madam Deputy Speaker, this government is fully aware as it relates to housing. We are currently exploring the introduction of a new building system out of the United States of America, namely something called Framecrete. And this project will be implemented by who on behalf of the ministry. And it involves the utilization of light gauge steel clad houses with something called autoclave aerated concrete panels. Member for Christchurch South, I can explain that to you. It is a technical term. It is a panel, you can Google it. autoclave aerated concrete panels for the construction of cost-effective and resilient structures. This material, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is innovative, and I will spend a little time here. This material, Madam Deputy Speaker, we traveled to Texas, a team of private sector and government officials, to see this technology. I happen to be on the team. Private sector and public sector. And we looked at structures, the type of steel, the light gauge steel, and then we looked at the type of cladding, fireproof, water and mold resistant. It is providing cooler and more energy efficient homes. Madam Deputy Speaker, we know within the commercial side of things, buildings to accommodate private sector entities, we know coming out of public and private sector entities. Coming out of COVID, we saw a number of buildings and persons, well, we call it the sick building syndrome. A number of studies were done across the country by various technocrats, and we recognize that mold, M-O-U-L-D, was truly impacting the health of individuals. And we did research, and we're at this stage, Madam Deputy Speaker, we didn't go by ourselves. We took a technical team with us to Texas and to Florida to examine this technology. And Madam Deputy Speaker, 4 shore houses will be erected at sites across the island for public viewing. If my memory serves me well, member for Christchurch, but I think at least 1 or 2 will be in Christchurch South, Harmony Hall, on land owned by Urban Development Commission. So the member for Christchurch South, you can view this. This is technology, Madam Deputy Speaker, because the years 1976 to 86, under this administration, we broke ground as it relates to housing. And we are breaking ground again since 2020, not 22, before 22, when we looked at the light gauge steel structures. We're utilizing innovative solutions to provide homes, cost-effective homes, cost-efficient homes for our people. So those 4 shore homes will come to the country next year. 2 will go to Harmony. I think 2 will be in Warrens. 1 in Warrens. And Hope, I think, site in Colleton in St. Lucie intends to put down 1 or 2 as well. Because Hope has a site called Colleton, land vested in Hope, to build 89 houses. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, we continue to push the frontiers, not only in renewable energy, not only in planning, not only in tourism, not only in water, not only in the social sector, not only in agriculture, but we intend to push the frontiers, create new frontiers in housing as well, and this is one. This is one. We have also engaged a supplier. Those of you who went to AgroFest and member for St. Philip South, I know you often buy my tickets for my children at AgroFest. And please don't forget to purchase my tickets and let me take my children to AgroFest. We had at AgroFest a shore home, a hardwood home. And Madam Deputy Speaker, we have signed a contract for 150 hardwood houses coming out of Guyana. We have started the process. Some of these houses have been installed across Barbados. If you go to St. George South in that district of Dash Valley, if you go to Bush Hall, you can see. If you go to River Crescent, currently you will see 30 houses being erected. And if you go to Clifton in St. Philip, the constituency of St. Philip North, where my dear friend who represents St. Philip South grew up, we have 11 homes there. And within 2 weeks, or less than 2 weeks, again, I respect the member for St. Michael Northeast as our leader, of our true leader. We have a true leader. We don't have a core leader. We don't fight for leadership across here. We have a leader. And we give her the opportunity to open these homes, and she will say yes or no, and who will do it. Not because I'm the Minister of Housing, I rush and do things. I'm respectful that we have a government and we have member of parliaments who represent constituencies. So we don't just bung like bulls out of a Chinese shop and go into St. Philip South and North and go and open a housing program because they need Minister of Housing. No. My role is to coordinate the construction and make sure that due diligence is done and that the house is properly constructed in accordance with government policy. And then we give our dear MPs and the Prime Minister the opportunity to come in and say, hey, listen, look, let me hand over keys. Or she direct. So soon to be, you will see keys handed over. The 11 houses are finished. Persons have signed on the dotted line, and 11 houses, keys for those houses will be handed over to those families, 11 families who will move in. Madam Deputy Speaker, as I continue in this chamber, you will see that the housing program is live, is alive, and things are happening. Madam Deputy Speaker, it brings me now to my final point, that of Hurricane Elsa. That of Hurricane Elsa. And I wish to remind you, member for St. Michael South, for Christchurch South, that our focus is to the future. The future. Pushing forward and providing for our people. But I bring you now to wrap up with Hurricane Elsa. I don't have to go into too much details on the Hurricane Elsa, the impact of Hurricane Elsa on this country. But we know very well that families were displaced, families lost their homes. When we did our audit, the DEM, Ministerial Housing, the final audit showed some 1,400 plus homes that were damaged and had to be repaired and rebuilt. Madam Deputy Speaker, I said earlier that we utilized 23 houses under the East-West project, the light gauge steel houses, for persons who were affected by Hurricane Elsa. To date, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have finished 679 repairs in total and 553 rebuilds. That's over 1,200 houses we have rebuilt and repaired. That's over 85% of the total that were damaged in Hurricane Elsa. And we have spent $86 million in repairs and rebuilds across this country. 503 of the repairs were undertaken by National Housing Corporation, 83 by the Rural Development Commission, and 93 by the Urban Development Commission. And rebuilds just over 220 by NHC, National Housing Corporation, 160 by Rural Development, and over 130 houses by Urban Development Commission. The impact of repairs was 27.8 or 27.9 million, and the impact of the cost to rebuild to date is some 58.2 million. Madam Deputy Speaker, this has been a mammoth task to rebuild and repair houses as a result of the freak storm and Hurricane Elsa. We have not closed off 100%, Madam Deputy Speaker, but we have done well. And I challenge any government to put their statistics against ours, because the last administration had the responsibility to rebuild houses as a result of the impact of Thomas.
Yeah.
And the record to date is shabby.
Some weren't done, but even 2021.
The record is very poor. And they took on the responsibility just like us. The Housing Neighborhood Project, the last administration, if you want to talk, money given to the last administration, Madam Deputy Speaker, by IDB, the money was sent back, they did nothing. The Democratic Labour Party has a poor track record in housing in this country. You boast about 1,400 houses in 10 years. We don't boast, but we have done in 3 years, over 1,300 houses. And next year we intend, with the new technologies, we have projected 1,500 houses. We don't just get up a morning and say, let's start building. We set targets. We have projected 1,500. You have to work with targets. And that's an advice to you who are leading, sir. That's your advice. My advice to you. I can give you advice when it comes to technical matters. You can give me advice when it comes to legal matters. I hope you won't want to lock me up though.
That's the chair.
Madam Deputy Speaker, access to stable and affordable housing is not only a basic human right, but it also yields social benefits and solve social problems. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Ministry of Housing, Lands and Maintenance anticipates that these measures being implemented to assist low-income citizens with becoming homeowners will be known to the benefit of the society in a number of ways. And I will list some of these ways, Madam Deputy Speaker. Breaking the cycle of intergenerational poverty, creating a sense of accomplishment and pride of ownership. Critical, Madam Deputy Speaker, providing a form of security for families, creating a sense of community. As well, Madam Deputy Speaker, contributing to a reduction in crime. And I mentioned this before, by reducing the overcrowding in densely populated neighborhoods. That's why it took time with the Pine. The overall benefit, Madam Deputy Speaker, will be to improve the quality of life, especially for low-income housing. Madam Deputy Speaker, I will end on hope. I know the member for Christchurch South he's perched to hear about hope. Madam Deputy Speaker, the University of Vesper Gardens, I call it the University of Vesper Gardens. That's Lancaster. Where we, as a government, hope commercial state-owned enterprise has constructed 148 houses at Hope, at Vesper Gardens. Madam Deputy Speaker, 6 months ago, we could not report the progress that we can report today in terms of home ownership in this country. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm proud to report today, this evening at 15 minutes to 7 o'clock, that 44 families have been handed keys at Vesper Garden. And 72 families have witnessed the completion of their houses, and they're going through the mortgage process. So the 148 homes, Madam Deputy Speaker, have been completed. Albeit, Madam Deputy Speaker, the report shows me roughly about 10 houses being snagged. Snagging means you go in and you look to see, you flush your toilet bowl and these things, you turn on your lights. But we have done a remarkable job on that site, Madam Deputy Speaker. To tell you if everything was hunky-dory, as we would say in the country, no, it was not perfect. But I go back to tell you, Madam Deputy Speaker, as I open, our focus is to the future, pushing forward and providing for our people. Hope site at Vesper Gardens, we call it the University of Vesper. We learned a lot there. Of course, we learned a lot. So to come in here to say we didn't make mistakes, I would be lying. We learned a lot there. That's why we call it the University of Vesper. It is good groundbreaking for any young engineer, young surveyor coming out of school. Those persons who work there can tell you, we had experienced persons working there too. Colleton site in St. Lucie, we have started the infrastructure work, Hope again. That's where Frame Creek, 2 show houses will go. We have infrastructure going on down there, another 89. And I know the member wants to hear about Pool in St. John, member for St. John, the other member for Christchurch. So I understand he's spending a lot of time in St. John. But we have something for him that I will give to you, to give to him. Pool in St. John. That's where we started houses. And I'm not afraid to go there. We started the construction of houses. And this government, I as minister, we stopped the construction there. It was started and it was stopped. So those persons who went in St. John with cameras and videotaping, we were ahead of you. We stopped the construction there because we recognized something wasn't right. Didn't we? So when people went around, remember for St. John with cameras and thing and videotaping, you know very well we sat down, remember for St. John, and we had stopped Pool long time. We sat down as cabinet members and we stopped Pool. You didn't stop Pool. So don't let anybody be fooled that the Democratic Labour Party stopped Pool or forced us to stop Pool. We took a conscious decision it was not right and we stopped it. Let me remind you that our focus is to the future, pushing forward and providing for our people. That's why we stopped it. It was not right. Have we gotten it right now, member for Christchurch West? Tell him. Yeah. We have gotten approvals. Any good manager, and I pride the member for St. Peter as a good manager in the private sector. Ian is West Central. I pride the member for St. Michael West Central as a good manager. These are men who serve in the private sector. I pride the member for St. Michael South as a good manager in both private and public sector. The member for St. John managed within his area of youth commissioners. The member for St. Philip West, pride you as a good manager. Member for St. Michael North, University lecture member for St. Andrew, member for St. Lucie, banker, member for Christchurch West. He managed many things, real estate, his chamber. Any good manager who recognizes that there is a problem as he or she executes has a duty, especially when you're representing an entire country and you're doing a project to impact people and the quality of life. You have a duty to do your analysis and say to yourself, if I have to stop, I will stop and restart when I get things right. I'm waiting for the member for Christchurch South to get up to criticize Pool. Things were not done in the right way. They're right now. We had to take matters in our hand. We take action. We made decisions. We have approval to go forward. The infrastructure works will restart shortly. We have done our environmental, social, and impact assessment. That was needed. And we are on course, Madam Deputy Speaker, now to recommence the project at Pool in St. John, having done the right thing. Our focus is to the future. Problems occurred, problems are fixed. We are pushing forward and providing for our people. So when the member for Christchurch South, when he gets on his feet to talk about Pool and to talk about hope, we have made wrong things right. And I heard the member for Christchurch South, and I'm going to pick him up on this, because the member for Christchurch South got in here and made some remarks today about persons coming here, the plantocracy. We don't see color, we don't see race. Those of you who came up in this country, some of your grandparents, forefathers work on plantations supervised by white people. Your mother, the deputy chair said her mother, my grandmother, was a plantation worker. My grandfather was a plantation worker supervised by a white man and a white woman. So when I come to this chamber, I don't see color or class. Look at who we are now. Member for St. Peter, did your grandparents work on a plantation supervised by a white man or a white woman? By a white man. I ain't sure about the member for Christchurch South. I can't speak for him. I know he's of humble origins. I can tell you that much about him. I don't disrespect him. Him and I, actually, we hug up plenty. I still have a nice picture with you, sir. You and I. Posing as two Labour Party men dressed to death. He doesn't talk to me, no, man. But I heard him echoing in this chamber about the plantocracy, and he's seeing color. I worked in the National Health Service in London, sir, as an energy manager, as a black little boy from Ellerton. Went to Leeds University to pursue an MBA. When I finished, I went to London National Health Service, and I work as a black boy. This is a cosmopolitan society. We don't want to fear our own. My wife worked abroad with all colors and classes to provide for her family as a black woman. When we come to our people, to provide housing for our people, to provide education for our people, within the tourism sector, within the youth and sports, within people's empowerment, we don't see color. We see people. That's why I like your slogan, member for St. Michael South. People over politics. I love this slogan. We don't see color. We leave these shores. We want our children to become world-class citizens with Bajan roots. You sign on to that manifesto, the Covenant of Hope. You signed it. So we must go to people's shores to work, and they don't come here to work because of color. Because of color. I heard him today, member, deputy chairman. I heard him today. Deputy Speaker, sorry. And he's going to get up to talk about hope, as if he and his people perfect everything. The honourable member, they can't even perfect a good opposition fighting over keys and locking up people. If those mistakes are so basic and you're making them, you put a government in your hand, you can talk about building 10,000 houses or even putting a stretch target at even building 100 houses. You will be fighting as to who should be doing infrastructure, who should be providing water, who should be doing this, who should be getting the houses. We don't get into that level. We form hope ownership, providing energy to build houses in this country, and we are not afraid to say that. And hope is ramping up. Hope has provided an industrial process that you have never seen yet in this country for houses. An industrialized process, starting from even the site identification straight to completion, a process that we can hand to you. And that was done by the same white man that he making noise about. We don't see color. Our focus is to the future, pushing forward by providing for our people. And we have white people that live in this country, and these guys, the honourable member for Christchurch South is coming in this chamber as if we live in a country with only people of dark skin, complexion. I sat at law school with Ian Muster and Carter from Carter's company. There were white boys at the law school. We are still friends today. So I should see color. I go to their houses. So when you come into this chamber and you talk about bringing in these people, I mean, people apply for jobs. May the best woman or man win. And they come in and they are performing. They are performing. We are putting people in houses at Vesper Gardens. We have started up the site, the infrastructure work at Colleton and St. John. Soon to be member for St. John. I'm coming to Guinea. And you will be listen, when we're done with you, you can say to the member for Christchurch South, don't turn the brush, because I intend to make sure that if he's spending time in St. John, I can spend more time in St. John in housing. And you will go to Colleton in St. John, just above Courtship. Sir, again. And we are at the stage where the surveyors are on the line. We have acquired that. The people of St. John will be well endowed with housing. Downtown a brush. Stand in your lane. Stand in your lane. But you won't go to St. John.
You can get told that soon.
You're going to watch basketball or play football.
You're laying in the cul-de-sac. Listen.
You're going in a cul-de-sac.
Stand in your lane.
But Madam Deputy Speaker, the reality is we as a government, we assess ourselves. We don't sit in a cabinet and we just, the member want to criticize the start, but we don't speak on a Thursday. But I know when we leave on a Thursday, each member can tell you that every issue that he or she brings to the table, they're discussed and good solutions are put forward and ideas, an idea bank. You would do well to peep in there and dip your hand or head in the ideas bank to run a country, Because you seem to think that running a country is handing people keys and just locking up people. I ain't afraid to go there, you know. The people of St. George sent me here overwhelmingly. And I going back to them with a scorecard. You were up there. You went up there with the army. I going back to them with a scorecard. This government scorecard. Whether on the back bench or the front bench, is this government scorecard. We move as a team. We don't worry about bench, back or front. Hope is alive. Hope ownership providing energy is alive. The management of Hope is moving to gear at the various sites. Does not River Crescent, we are building Jurvilla houses. Does North is the site directly opposite the prison. We are building 89 houses there next year. The infrastructure work has been completed. That's Hope again. We are at Colleton in St. Lucie. Vesper Gardens persons have received the keys. 74 houses. 44 persons stand to be corrected. It could be more today. Have received their keys. And we are going to St. John. You want to make it your home. Downtown a brush. Madam Deputy Speaker, as I close, I will close just as I started, to remind the people that our focus is on the future, pushing forward and providing for our people. Madam Deputy Speaker, this resolution before the chamber the provisions of Section 5(1)(c) of the Crown's Land Vesting and Disposal Act, Cap 225 of the Laws of Parliament. It states that the minister may, with the approval of Parliament, sell, lease, exchange, grant, assign, or surrender any such land vested in the Crown. And the minister now therefore proposes to seek parliamentary approval of the resolution pertaining to the vesting of a total of 2.574 hectares, 25,743.5 square meters of land at the former Bullings Agricultural Stations in St. James in the National Housing Corporation for residential purposes. Madam Deputy Speaker, the relevant approved subdivision plan, the reference number listed, this was certified by Land Surveyor Samuel N. Taylor on November 11, 2024, and recorded in the Lands and Surveyors Department as plan number 1843/2024 on November 18, 2024. I support this resolution of Minister of Housing and Lands into the Parliament pertaining to the vesting of these lands at Bullings for residential purposes. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Attorney General has certified the resolution and is being in order for consideration by this Honourable House. It is hereby proposed that this resolution do now pass. I thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Member for Question. Honourable Member for Question.
Madam Speaker, I am obliged to you. The Roman poet Horace wrote in Latin, and I feel obliged, if it does not disturb Hansard, to quote precisely what he wrote in Latin. Parturient montes nascitur ridiculus mus. Translated, that means mountains will go into labor and a silly little mouse will be born. I don't know for how long the Honourable Member for St. George spoke, but much of it, when the assessment is made, can be considered a mountain in labor. What he will do, and how he will do it, and when he will do it. I think a few years ago, less than, now the Honourable Member spoke without interruption, certainly from me. And if 30 seconds into my discourse, I will be interrupted, I will not even ask for your protection. I will just note that the interruption is done and I will press on.
Please do.
Parturient montes nascitur ridiculus mus. Mountains will go into labor and a silly little mouse will be born. Sometime in 2022, the Honourable Member for St. George South promised this House and this country that in the space of 5 years he will build, he said he will build them. I know he's an engineer. He said he would build 10,000 houses. Simple arithmetic will tell us that he has been building 2,000 houses per year. And approaching the 3rd year of his stewardship as Minister of Housing, he will not be able to tell you, Your Honor, that he is arriving at 6,000 houses. Let me remind this chamber as to what he told you. Our focus is to the future. Now, somehow, the Honourable Member does not understand that November the 26th, 2024 is to be considered the future when we consider February 2022. This is almost 3 years. But somehow, he and his government are still looking to the future. Still looking to the future, and that's why he said there has been a mountain heaving and convulsing and groaning under the weight of labor. And all that the people of Barbados have seen is a sickly little mouse that has crawled out from its underbelly. The housing project in this country is nothing but a sickly little mouse that is on display. And it is symbolized in the tall grass at 6 Roads,
It is symbolized in the tall grass that is growing around the houses in Poole, and he anticipated that I would refer to Poole. Yes, I will not disappoint him. It is symbolized by the unoccupied houses at Lancaster, which he has now renamed the University of Vespera Gardens. It is symbolized by the continuing scandal that continues to be the Hope entity. It is symbolized by the National Housing Corporation, whose retirement this government had planned with the emergence of Hope.
Madam Deputy Speaker, on a point of order. Madam Deputy Speaker, the honourable member is misleading the chamber when he said that the houses at Lancaster, which I refer to as the University of Vesper, are not occupied. Madam Deputy Speaker, let the chamber, the record reflect, while I raise on a point of order, that keys have been handed over to purchasers and 56 families. I said earlier 44, and I correct myself on the point of order as well. 56 families are in the houses at Vesper Gardens today, Madam Deputy Speaker. That's my point of order.
If you were a hard taskmaster, you would force the member into proof that 56 families have moved in. First of all, he said they have keys, but then he elevates that to saying they have moved in. Well, I would hope that if they've moved in, they do have keys, so that there can be no unlawful entry. I'm not going to say what that laughter anticipated that I would say. But I want the honourable member to provide evidence for the record. Let the media hear him saying today on the 26th of November 2024 at 7:10 that 56 families are in those houses if he says it.
Honourable member, sorry to interrupt you.
I beg your pardon, ma'am.
But in his presentation, he did make that point very early in the discussion. And
Yes, he did. He did say that. And I am asking him to stand by it. We're asking him to stand by it. He says he's going to take me there. I want him not to tell you, ma'am, you're comfortably ensconced in that location. I want him to tell an investigative media today that there are 56 families living, presumably, in 56 houses colorfully described by the honourable member for St. Michael East. I want him to say that, so that when the media and or other persons investigate, his assertion will be vindicated, so that he has the opportunity now to say that he is telling the truth. And even if we don't accuse him of misleading this chamber, we could generously say that he is mistaken, that he has been misinformed. But this is his opportunity to interrupt me and to say to you, ma'am, that he is 100% certain that on today's date, not only have 56 people received keys, but they have moved in. I will say, if he wants to get up and assert, he's speaking. He's withdrawn. I challenge him this evening put it again on the record that 56 families are residing at Lancaster. He can, and if I say that it is not so, if I say that, and I'm not saying it is not so,
What
but
you don't say is
he's speaking again. He's withdrawn again. I am just giving him the
run
opportunity.
this chamber?
Oh, there, he's.
Remember, please continue.
He must be running this
The
chamber.
honourable member made the point before you came back,
But
and it is registered in our files.
the only thing I
Please
did,
continue. You have a lot to talk about.
the only thing I did,
Let me sit down again, shut down the chamber.
the only thing I did when he was speaking was to smile. Because admittedly, he does make me smile. And I wouldn't tell you why, but again, I say to him, please put it on the record during my speech, that it is definitely the truth that 56 families are living.
Remember, you are, according to my understanding,
Yes, ma'am.
indicating that the honourable member for St. George South has been lying to this honourable chamber. That is unacceptable. The honourable member made that point quite early in his discussion, and that is already enshrined in the annals of this honourable chamber. So if you would be so kind, sir, as to move on.
Yeah.
And then go to night after to Lancaster and check if you saw these.
Yeah. Now,
But please,
let me
in the
correct
interest of-
something. I have not accused him of lying. All I have asked him to do is to interrupt me and say that it is definitely true. That I haven't said he's lying.
I wouldn't
I
allow it.
want him
You would have to get a
stand
point of
up
order, and I want to.
with or without his Bible clasped in his right hand and say to the people of Barbados that 56 families are living right this minute in Lancaster. I want him to say that. And I want him to say it so that the media could hear.
But he's already said that.
He said that already.
Earlier in the
And he will
discussion.
stand by it.
You were not here, sir.
Well, it is, I was listening to him elsewhere.
Right, so, and you
Yes.
did hear him, so could you please move on, sir?
Yes, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's all I wanted. That assertion. Now, I have submitted that his speech is akin to that mountain, to Horace's mountain in labor. And that he has asked this country to have a gaze that is futuristic. We are looking to the future. So he is standing on top of Horace's mountain and he is gazing off into the future. And in that future, he sees 10,000 houses. And in that future, he sees what he calls the University of Vespera Gardens with 148 houses. And he said 44 families will soon be handed keys and 72 families and 10 houses have been snagged. He explained with his expertise that you don't want people to move into a house and when you flush the toilet, the lights come on. Well, we are grateful to receive that information today about that famous project. Now, I want to properly begin by going to the resolution itself. But bear with me a while, Your Honor. Sometimes one can be convinced that there's some kind of conspiracy, and if that is too strong a word, I will adjust it. But sometimes one can feel convinced that there's a conspiracy somewhere in government to embarrass the honourable member for St. George South. He is sent here to do some rather strange things. Some time ago, he came in here and acquired lands at Hanson, as he repeated this afternoon. But I wonder if someone, and a conspiracy in law is a plot or a plan between two or more persons. This is only to conjecture, but I wonder if two or more persons do not have a plan to embarrass him. Because how, as a Minister of Housing, with a legal department and an Attorney General and a ministry supporting him, how do you go and build not only foundations but build houses on lands when the various formalities have not been completed? It's not a tin of corned beef. It's a property. It's land. And even if he does not know that you don't transfer land as you exchange over a shop count to a tin of corned beef, even if he does not know that, surely someone, his Attorney General, his legal office at the Ministry of Housing and Lands, his legal department at the NHC, somebody would have told him, good young man, do not start those houses until the formalities are in place. But he rushed ahead in his mandate to build 2,000 houses a year. He rushed ahead in his mandate to build 2,000 houses a year and apparently put wall on rented land, as Barbadians say. It's a cardinal rule in Barbados. You don't build houses on rented land, which is another way of saying you don't put wall on land that is not yours. Because his Attorney General, in a sober moment, would tell him that wall becomes a part of the land, and unless you own the land, what you have added to that permanently becomes a part of the land and remains within the ownership of he who owns it. Yet, this excitable Minister of Housing and Lands went ahead and did that. And that is why we become curious as to whether somebody is not trying to embarrass him. And I speak now for him. This is a sympathetic voice for a man whose work is now akin to that mountain of horses in labor, heaving and growling and groaning and convulsing. And to what has he given birth? To what has that mountain given birth? So that he stands in here today and tells us, oh, things are going to happen. Let us look to the future. The other cause for embarrassment is this. How do you, as a Minister of Housing and Lands, in this present climate, come to the people of Barbados and convert an agricultural station into a housing project? There is no one in this country who will seek to deny the citizens of this country the opportunity to live under a roof. No one will deny anyone that opportunity. But there's something called rationalization. And I don't know how many of the members in this chamber visited the supermarkets last weekend, which is to say the weekend just passed, and the weekend just prior to that. But there was a buzz of conversations between strangers as to the shelves in supermarkets that were growing empty. Seems paradoxical, but they were growing empty. Bananas, sweet potatoes, yams. You went around to the refrigerated sections, eggs, chickens. In other words, food. There was a shortage of food in this country over the last 2 weekends. I know some of them in here have the luxury of home help, or house help, not home help. House help, who goes to the supermarket while they are luxuriating in their dwellings. But for those who do not enjoy those luxuries, a trip to the supermarket last weekend was a cause for concern. I have said before, ma'am, that the crisis of food will not occur with a bang. It is not to say that one morning we will wake up and hear a man at the top of Broad Street saying all the food has gone. It will be a gradual experience. And I want to suggest to you, Your Honor, that what we in this country experienced over the last 2 weekends is a part of that gradual erosion of our food security. It is happening in Barbados right now. And the fact that some of those shelves were replenished within the last few days is not enough comfort to a country that is now holding grievous concerns about food security in this country. This coincides, Your Honor, with our protests to assist a fishing industry, to assist a country that likes its fish fresh from the markets. And most of the fish that we're eating in this country now is imported fish. And I will say to this government, the battle on behalf of the fisher folk will be fought. The battle on behalf of the fisher folk of this country will be fought. And there shall be no relenting as long as those fisher folk commit themselves to the battle to receive not only assistance from this government, but respect from this government. I know it is not a popular battle. While on that, let me lament the Honourable Housing Minister's absence when I spoke. Because nowhere in my speech earlier today did I use the word plantocracy. I don't know where he heard that. Nowhere in my speech did I speak about the things that he spoke about. I don't know where he heard it. I don't know if he has bells on his ears in preparation for Christmas. But if he does, those bells were ringing while I was speaking. He heard nothing that I said. So all of this, I'm trying to find a kind word. This flapdoodle. All of this flapdoodle about plantocracy, and I don't know where that came from. The bells on his ears were ringing and he was hearing that kind of flapdoodle. But I leave it at that. But I come back to my original point that there is somebody, or there are some persons in the government trying to embarrass the young man. That they're sending him off to construct houses, and when they reach Midway without a roof, they're discovering that the formalities of title have not been resolved. Secondly, in a climate in which this country experiences a crisis, and a looming crisis related to its food security, this government persuades him to come to this parliament and to convert an agricultural station into cement. Nobody begrudges the opportunity for any of the citizens of this country to move into a new house, away from crowded circumstances. But I want to suggest to this government that there are several parcels of land across this country. We call it RAB land, upon which houses can be constructed. But the word is rationalization. The government seems to believe that unless you can find a large tract of land, you can't build houses. And quite often, on these large tracts of land, they are creating social problems. I will not go into those details, but there are some of us in here who understand the social problems that you create. When you congregate several people into a limited land space, when you construct these conurbations of large stretches of concrete without green, and indeed, when you construct these conurbations and there is little space for wholesome social activity, you just not housing people, but you are condemning people almost to pangs of their existence. So here we have construction without formalities, and more grievously, cement ranking prior to food. And this government is assisting the crisis that is related now to our food security. I repeat, there must have been other parts of Barbados that this government could have found suitable for housing development. Not an agricultural station, not in this time, not in this climate, not in this environment. Not an agricultural station. And I was appalled when I was in my car and I heard the honourable member describe the activities, the history of the agricultural station. And at points it was flowers. At other points, it may have been food. Whether animal husbandry, it was an agricultural station. Ma'am, is this the time? Is this the time to close our agricultural spaces? And not only close them, but to condemn them under cement. Is this the time? This is the time when there are young Barbadians out there who are appealing to this government to allow them some land space to grow food. And here this government comes to the people of Barbados and tells the people, we are closing an agricultural station and we are going to place concrete on it. Several acres of an agricultural station will disappear forever, when there are other parcels of land across Barbados which are suitable for housing. Housing that is needed. No one denies that. The housing is needed. But let us rationalize our land use in this country. And I therefore must say with some seriousness that some persons seem to want to embarrass this honourable member by sending him here every few months to acquire lands that ought not to be acquired for housing. Now, the honourable member anticipated that I was going to say something about hope. and I won't disappoint him. I was coming to the resolution itself. And I'm going to read, I'm not going to read all the lands that will be acquired. I'm not going to read exhaustively that it is an agricultural station. I will come to the last paragraph of the resolution. Permit me, it's just 3 lines, ma'am. In accordance with the provisions of Section 5 of the Crown Lands Vesting and Disposal Act, Cap 225. Of course, I think earlier today one of the members urged this country to enjoy the 3rd anniversary of the Republic. I'm not sure if that honourable member reminded Barbadians of the more important celebration of our 58th anniversary of independence. So in very subtle ways, this government now is trying to obliterate from the consciousness of Barbadians that we have something called independence, and that independence is far more important and far more etched in the consciousness of Barbadians than the event that took place 3 years ago, an event that is yet to be properly completed with a Republican Constitution, but that is another matter. So we're still walking around here talking about Crown lands, but we're a republic. So permit me to read again, Your Honor. In accordance with the provisions of Section 5 of the Crown Lands Vesting and Disposal Act, Chapter 225, the approval of Parliament is now sought for the vesting of the parcels of land described in the schedule hereto in the National Housing Corporation for residential purposes. I want to remind the people of Barbados that up to last year, yes, 2023, the thrust of the government was to marginalize National Housing Corporation. And everything was going into the embrace of hope. And that is why I opined earlier, that it seemed as if National Housing Corporation was to be closed down. It seemed that way, because there was new hope. There was this new star on the horizon, and this new star was called hope. And I was so shocked when the housing minister came in here on the day that he did. And according to him today, by his own confession, placed 40 acres of beautiful pasture land into the name of a company called Hope. A private company. Unprecedented.
On a point of order, Madam Deputy Speaker, the honourable member is misleading the chamber. Madam Deputy Speaker, when I addressed the chamber on the 40 acres of land at Low Burney, I said 20 acres were vested in Hope and 20 acres of the land, the other 20 acres were vested in National Housing Corporation. If you want me to repeat it, 20 acres vested in Hope and 20 acres vested in National Housing Corporation. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for the point of elucidation, and I'm grateful. But for the first time, we were hearing a government enfranchising by way of a statute a private company. And I said before in here on my feet that Hope is a private company. And nobody has been able to produce any document to suggest otherwise, that this Parliament was being used to enfranchise private individuals, and that public lands, state lands, if we are a republic, and we are a republic. So let us not argue over nomenclature. but the state was using its power, and more precisely, the government was using its legislative power in this place to enfranchise a private company with 20 acres. You don't know it, ma'am. You've never seen it, but it is the most beautiful pasture land in this country. That land of Hanson. Beg your pardon, ma'am? Most beautiful land. He clarifies that it is only that each got 20. So you gave our loyal and trusted servant NHC 20 acres, and for parity, you gave a private company 20 acres. And in the aftermath of that, a memorable statement was made in here by none other than the chairman of the cabinet, the honourable member for St. Michael Northeast. Sometime in March, this house and this country were told that there would be an inquiry into Hope and its operations. That's what this country was told. There would be an inquiry, investigation, probe. Choose the words that you want. Now, the Honourable Prime Minister is not going to conceive of an investigation unless the same Honourable Prime Minister perceives that something is wrong. You don't order an investigation into a company that is acting proprietorily. If you have the suspicion, you will order the investigation. Perhaps that is why the Ministry of Housing and Lands, I'm going to say the ministry because people in here are very sensitive about criticism. If you criticize them, oh Lord have mercy, you don't like me. Well, I'm going to say the ministry. The ministry has now crawled back to National Housing Corporation. They've now crawled back. Hope was the biggest and the best thing that happened to Barbados up to March this year, until they were unmasked. And until the Prime Minister, the Honourable Prime Minister, joined in the suspicion and said they have to be investigated. What has happened to the investigation, Honourable Member for St. George South? What has happened to it? It seems that the effort to investigate, it seems that the investigation has now transfigured into new investment in Hope. Because while they have snuck back to National Housing, the Honourable Minister said in here today, I'm going to find it, that they're still doing business with Hope. He said that they are still doing business with Hope. And I don't wish to misquote him, so I am going to say precisely what he said in crawling back to Hope to NHC without public apology, but he really needs to apologize to NHC. NHC, and I'm quoting him, NHC will not build houses, but will find joint venture partners. You know, I am so constantly accusing the government of selling, not substance, but selling language. Everything is so sweet. When this government packages something, it packages that something in very sweet words. Very sweet words. NHC will not build houses, but will find joint venture partners. So who did he go on to describe as these joint venture partners? Hope. The same Hope that was supposed to be investigated?
Madam Deputy Speaker, you know, I hate to rise so often, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise on a point of order and also clarification. The honourable member, while I recognize he has to oppose, the honourable member, we have not identified Hope as a joint venture partner for NHC. I don't know where the honourable member heard that I listed some joint venture partners. National Housing Corporation will indeed continue their operations with joint venture partners, private-public partnerships, to provide housing in this country.
I'm obliged for the point of elucidation, and I will quote the honourable member further. The honourable member said, Hope will be using a new technology on behalf of the ministry. That's what the honourable member said. So that if the public believes that Hope has been sent into retirement, the honourable member for St. George South and Minister of Housing and Lands disclosed to this country today that Hope is not dead. Hope is not even inactive. Hope will be the beneficiary of a new technology on behalf of the ministry. So if people in this country thought that Hope had been resigned into public disgrace and quiet, Hope is quietly working its way back into governmental favor. And Hope will be doing work, to quote the minister, on behalf of the ministry. And up to now, the people of Barbados don't know where the $60 million have gone. Presumably, Hope will be given more money. Will it be another 60 million? The honourable member for St. George South offered to take me all across the place and to teach me about this new technology that Hope will be using. So we have seen the rehabilitation of Hope. Now, I'm chairman of the Public Accounts Committee, and I have had to tell the whole country what happened at the Public Accounts Committee when we tried to have Hope placed on the agenda for investigation. The honourable member for St. George South is innocent now because he is not on the PAC. And he is not one who came in there to frustrate the efforts of its chairman to place Hope first on the agenda for investigation. Need I repeat? And whether the Honourable Prime Minister regrets it or not, the Honourable Prime Minister had said that Hope was meet for investigation, public investigation. And I felt as chairman of the Public Accounts Committee that Hope was ripe for public investigation. But here is Hope being quietly rehabilitated and inserted into the activities of ministerial dispensation and being given more work, more taxpayers' money. Is it another $60 million? How much is it? Have they given account for the first 60 million? They have not. But they're back in favor. How much of it will go to pay the salaries? I didn't say anything about any aristocracy. I talked about people who were hired from England, and even before the Immigration Department had listed them as having the capacity to work here lawfully, they were being paid. They were being paid before they had a work permit. And they were being paid into a bank account in England with our hard-earned foreign exchange that this government continues to borrow on a daily basis. Someone told me yesterday, talking a lot of politics in here. And I'm going to do that without apology. I'm going to continue to talk politics in here because politics, political discourse, is a way of explaining people's circumstances and tying people's plight to the policies of a government. And if that is politics, I am not going to withdraw from talking politics. I haven't come in here to dance around legislation and how sweet it is and its technicalities, although I did a lot of that today, and you were impressed, Your Honor. But that will not be my exclusive function. As an opposition, I need to explain to people why and how their suffering is connected to governmental policy. And I need to explain to the people of this country that the existence and the sustenance of hope is to the disadvantage of the people of this country. You pick up a small group of people, probably don't even own a hammer or saw. Give them $60 million. Not accounted for. Some of the houses they built, not finished. Investigations prescribed, and a public accounts committee tries to go after an investigation as well. And 10 months later, you quietly admit that the government intends to continue to do business with them, to pay them millions of dollars again, with some fancy sounding word, some American technology. That's why I'm going to talk politics. I'm going to talk politics because politics will help to explain to people why they are being kept poor. Politics will help to explain to people why the welfare department is underfunded, while hope is overfunded. Don't get vexed. Don't get vexed. I can talk some politics. I'm going to bring the realities of governmental policy into people's circumstances of impoverishment. People who pay taxes, people who pay national insurance, people who bear children in this country and cannot find the support, the adequate support of the state because we insist, because this government insists on enfranchising private interests that are already capable of living luxurious lives. Didn't say anything about the plantocracy, but I'll say this now. Is this government making the rich richer? And is this government making the poor poorer? Go out there and ask them. Go out there and ask them. And when I asked the gentleman at the supermarket 2 days ago, but what's going on here? Why is the stock so low? And he was a shopper just like me. And he said, boy, people ain't got no money, you know. These prices high. People don't have any money. Yes, I do go in the supermarket. I have to eat. But I was saying to you, ma'am, that this government crawl back to NHC when it comes to the title. When it comes to having the NHC put the title in its name, paper. The NHC now is good for paperwork, title deeds. But when it comes to spending the taxpayers' money, it is going back to hope. It is going back to hope that sits to this very day in disgrace. In disgrace. I repeat, they have not yet accounted for the $60 million. They have not given proper account for $60 million of the Housing Credit Fund, which is taxpayers' money. Call it any fund that you want. It is taxpayers' money. The welfare department could have had 30 million of it. And some child Some child would have been able to go to school on the morning that he absented himself because of hunger. That is happening in Barbados. And if that is politics, I'm going to talk politics. Because it is happening in Barbados. And if you miss the chickens from the gas stations and the car parks of supermarkets, the children catching them and selling them at $10 a piece so that their mummies can buy food. That is happening in this country, Honourable Member. That is happening. It means anything to you? Is it anything to you? That is plural. Is it nothing to this Parliament that little 15-year-old boys are absenting themselves from school so that they can catch the chickens that are populating the gas stations, the supermarket car parks, and the other commercial public spaces in this country, catching them and selling them to people for $10 a piece so that their mummies can buy food? And you accuse me of going into St. George and St. John and St. Lucie. And I have some more trips planned. Because I learned that, and I don't want to call the name of the community. But one Saturday afternoon, when we finish canvassing, Your Honor, and I'm going to go every part of Barbados, as long as they don't impede me, as long as they don't threaten me, I'm going to go into every one of their constituencies, even Christchurch West. Even Christchurch West. And a few, I'm always there. And a few Saturdays ago, I am in a certain St. Michael constituency. And as you know, the sun is going down now around 5:30, 5:35, and I'm trying to leave. Your Honor, I left at 7:30 because two young men stopped me and told me a tale of woe, of life in this country. And that is where I learned the story about the 15-year-old boys who are absenting themselves from school because they don't have any breakfast, because their parents are short on money. And I am not, this is not being done for dramatic effect. This is pain. This is painful. This really is painful. Talk to the teachers in the schools, and the teachers will tell you that some of the children are falling asleep in the class at 10:30. They didn't sleep the night before? Well, the member for St. Lucie sucks his teeth.
You know how he is.
Let the public hear that the Honourable member for St. Lucie has sucked his teeth in response to hearing that poverty and suffering is widespread in this country, and that he is expressing contempt and indifference to their plight.
Honourable Member, Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Let Hansard record.
Sir, please take your seat for a moment.
Yes.
The Honourable Member for St. Lucie has not uttered a word.
Sucked his teeth.
Honourable Member, you cannot determine for what he sucked his teeth unless you're some kind of specialist. The Honourable Member for St. Lucie has not uttered a single word, because he will be interrupting you, and I will not allow that. And therefore, sir, stick to your discussion, your presentation.
Let me correct you, ma'am.
And let me
say something.
Let me add, though, having been in the school system for many years, the school meals department offers meals as well to the secondary schools of Barbados to ensure that those parents who have no funds or who have challenges, that the children get a packaged lunch, no knife and fork, no rice and stew, but rotis, hamburgers, ham cutters, and so on. And it is very discreetly done through the guidance counselors and others, where nobody shames them or anything, or there is an arrangement with the canteens and the bills are settled at the end of the week. And therefore, sir, please let us continue. Ignore, excuse me, If you have heard, the member for St. Lucie suck his teeth, that is his privilege. Only the living can do that. The honourable member did not utter a single word to interrupt you, sir. So please let us carry on with the debate. You've been going fairly well in your own interest, and we respect the eyes, sir.
Put him under watch, man. You can turn your left ear to me and keep your eyes out there. Man, he is erupting. You hear him again? You hear him again?
I remember.
You hear him again, ma'am?
I remember we have been here all day. You had the privilege to leave, but we had to be sitting here all day discussing the business of the people of Barbados. And we want you to continue with the privilege that has been accorded you. So, sir, if you will please let us get on with the discussion or the debate and ignore any aside. You're a strong man, you've been here for many years, and you know that we have to ignore asides, otherwise we'll never finish. Were I over there in the seat, you would not have been able to utter a single word.
Really?
I would have been throwing some bricks at you verbally. But let us carry on with the camaraderie. We're not enemies in here. We're on either side. However, we're fighting the same cause to achieve the objective of empowering the people of Barbados. Sir, please continue. Ignore the asides. You're a brilliant young man. Ignore the asides and let us move forward, please. Thank you.
To the experts on the standing orders, I will just remind, he's gone again. He's off again, off to the races. Keep quiet now. You want to speak?
Honourable member, please. Will you please continue the discussion or let us conclude this matter in the interest of time? Because honourable members have been here since 10 this morning. So you have the floor, sir. Please continue and ignore the asides. You're a politician of many years, and therefore you know the exchange of words and comments, and so let us move on, please, in the interest of time and in the interest of doing the people's business. Sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Hansard will reflect that during the 2 hours of which the honourable member for St. George South spoke, for part of it I was absent, and certainly for the time that I was here, I did not interrupt him once. Not once. The record will probably reflect or otherwise that while I speak, the honourable member for St. Lucie, when I speak about poor people suffering, he interrupts me. And I don't know whether the record will reflect it or not, but I am saying to this parliament that the members of this government must not express contempt nor indifference to the plight of the poor in this country. I have said that there are school children who are being kept at home because their parents cannot afford to give them breakfast. I have said that there are teachers who will report that there are children falling asleep in the class because they are hungry. That is a fact. And if the members wish to applaud that occurrence, let them applaud.
Honourable member, I hate to interrupt you, but the message you're sending out there is that the teachers are saying the children are coming to school and falling asleep. That would not be the only reason if they're hungry. Many of our children go to sleep late at night with the devices. Many of them are playing around. They're not properly supervised. On the other hand, some children are ill and parents do not even pick it up. So let us peter it down to hunger alone that is creating it. And in the light, sir, that I've explained to you, we have excellent teachers still in the system who will identify those children with challenges and discreetly look after their needs. But the school meals department for more than 10 years ensures that those meals are discreetly offered not only at the primary school level, but at secondary school level. So that part will be taken care of. Sir, would you please go forward with your discussion now that I've explained that? Thank you.
Someone somewhere is grateful for your explanation, ma'am. But I will not deviate from what I'm saying, and that is not to be disrespectful Your Honor has your opinion. I have my
Sir,
opinion.
it is not my opinion, it is a policy. The Honourable Minister for Education will explain that to you. It is something that has been happening since the late 1990s, when it was recognized that a lot of children are not having meals and that they're embarrassed. And sometimes their friends bring for them from at home. But to say outright that the children are lying down on the table and they're hungry and teachers say it, that is not totally correct. There are multiplicity of reasons why some children will come and lie down on the table. And as I said, it could be tiredness, it could be fighting at home, the child didn't sleep at night, it had confusion with the homework, there's nobody to guide it. There's so many, or somebody threatened the child. There's so many challenges. So sir, let us stick to the housing aspect of it.
Yes.
And in another forum, you can have your exchange, your member for St. Peter will have his, I will have mine, and sometimes we say the same thing and come up with the same resolution, but we use different language. Sir, will you please continue?
Yes, ma'am. Why are they so disquieted?
They're paying respect to the chair when the chair is speaking. And that is the order of this honorable chamber.
Yes, they are so disquieted. I know that these stories are not pleasant, but that is the plight of people in Barbados. And I have heard, Your Honor, as to the many reasons why a child may be Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. I've heard the many reasons as to why children may be behaving the way they are, and to that I will add hunger, based on what they tell the people in the schools. Let us move on, ma'am. Let us move on. Let us move on, since the government is clearly very uncomfortable at these disclosures. And as you direct, ma'am, let us get back to housing. I could give a summary of the labors of the mountain. He said 148 houses at the University of Vesper Gardens, because it is called, I beg your pardon, it is called the University of Vesper Gardens because we learn so much down there. You have a big company claiming expertise in the construction of housing to the point where you give them $60 million and they are using a housing project experimentally to test whether they have the competence or not, when there's so many small builders around Barbados who could have built those houses and built better houses. And the honourable member comes here and admits that the construction at Vespera was an experiment, a $60 million experiment. That is in effect what he is saying. Don't let us speak of it as if it is any trifle. You down there like a rookie. You sent like a rookie. You know what's a rookie, man? You sent to test your skills with $60 million. Well, who are you? You sent to test your skills with a billful of $60 million in your pocket, in your wallet. And there's so many small builders. This is housing, ma'am. There are several masons and carpenters and laborers who would have done a better job at Vespera. But you put the holy hope to squander $60 million, and you still snagging. You still flushing a toilet and the lights coming on, according to an admission made in here today. And how many years later, The honourable member is still insisting that 56 people live in there. He has invited me down, but I'm not going with him. When I go there, he will not know. And when I go there, somebody will call him and tell him I'm there. But by the time he gets there, I would have done the count. And I will come back and tell this parliament whether it is 56 persons. He took credit. He took credit for inviting me, and I'm going to respond to him. He took credit for inviting me when, according to him, they had a little problem at St. Lawrence. Don't let him, Your Honor, don't let the honourable member, Your Honor, diminish or minimize what was happening at St. Lawrence. Again, I say that they're always trying to embarrass him. He was sent to build a marina in a swamp. And I organized the meeting of the residents there, 2 meetings to be precise, and summoned him and the honourable member for St. James Central to a meeting. And for them, it was not a very memorable meeting because they met a very hostile audience. And even while my political locations were as they were, I felt that it was my responsibility as parliamentary representative to seek to have the interests of the residents represented while this government tried to place a marina in a swamp. And at the second meeting that was held at St. Lawrence Anglican Church, there was a vote taken to ask the residents how they felt about the proposal to place a marina in a swamp. Unanimously, the vote was carried in opposition to a marina being located in a swamp. I want to thank the honourable member for St. George South for reminding me of that incident. And I want to ask him now, what has happened to those plans? What has happened to the plans to acquire people's properties in St. Lawrence, with them finding out only because a neighbor shared a newspaper with them? Have we ever seen anything like this in Barbados? That a neighbor calls another neighbor and say, look, you know the government coming for your land? They did not know. They did not know. So when people say that this is now an autocracy, he talks about plantocracy. Autocracy is the word, my friend. That when your lands can be taken up without adequate notice to you, you're living in a dictatorship. And that is why I began by quoting Horace. That is why I began by talking about a mountain in labor. What happened to the St. Lawrence project? Abandoned. The mouse was aborted. The mouse in the belly of the mountain came to nothing. But that typifies the government's agenda. I can give you a list of 15 projects that the government started, and I'm not talking about housing, I'm talking about projects that the government started expensively and never finished, including the one I spoke about earlier today, the project to find a slogan for Barbados. You walk around any corner and anybody can give you a slogan. And we assembled 18 people to come up with a slogan. Slogan hasn't emerged yet. You can go down to BTMI and ask anybody in there, including the minister. And I believe he has the creative intellect to come up with a slogan. But the taxpayers paid $500,000 US for a slogan. Apparently, the slogan was plagiarized, stolen, and they could not use it. And this country suffered the embarrassment of being in deficit $500,000 US for less than 15 words. That's the most expensive sentence ever in the history of mankind. Let me go to the statistics as given by the Honourable Member for St. George South. As I said earlier, he admitted that they acquired 40 acres of land at Hanson, having the right to be wrong. I say that all of it was placed into the name of Hope. He comes in here today and said 20 was for Hope and 20 was for NHC. For the time being, we will accept that. We will check the records. Thank you. It is not about us, it is about the people in the Pine. Now, presumably, he is telling the people in the Pine that he's going to push down the Pine. We don't know. He will probably interrupt me shortly. That he is going to push down the houses, not the people, because they're pushing down the people anyhow with inflation. But he is going to push down the houses in the Pine and put everybody up in Hanson Hill. Or he will leave some in the Pine and put some in Hanson Hill. We don't know. And that is why we begin by quoting Horace's poem. And then he goes to Vineyard. The Vineyard, the mountain, the convulsing mountain. The mountain continued to convulse. 500 houses at Vineyard. Not one. Not one. Talk. Big talk, pretty talk, expensive talk. When they feel like spending money. But what is revealing here is that Vineyard is a transaction that will involve the Barbados Agricultural Credit Trust. What does that tell the people of Barbados? That this acquisition or this activity of housing once again relates to agricultural assets. I'm going to repeat it. That it must now be logical to conclude that the Vineyard project so proposed will involve agricultural lands, because it is being done, as he said, as the Honourable Member said, in discussions between the Barbados Agricultural Credit Trust lawyers and NHC. He said they're talking. Hope has been pushed into the background again. They've taken Hope off the record of title. They have crawled back to National Housing, except that they have not done it with any apology. So the people at National Housing can now begin to feel again that their jobs are secure. Because if Hope had gone on its projected rampage, housing would be closed by the middle of next year. But they crawl back to housing and begging housing once again to get involved. They are ashamed. But they're not finished with Hope. Because Hope is operating in the background. Hope is still going to get money. Hope is still going to get the taxpayers' money. And they cannot deny that. And the people of this country must know it. That Hope is alive and sick with financial shame. And being made well again by this government. There's been no investigation from the cabinet, and they frustrated the attempts of the Public Accounts Committee to investigate Hope. But every housing initiative seems to be connected to agricultural lands, and that's the point we are making. That this government is doing irreparable injury to the agricultural sector at a time of food scarcity, at a time when a minister has to beg a producer to lower his prices. That's an admission from the government, that a minister has to beg a producer to lower his prices. Isn't that an admission that things in Barbados are not well? Don't add 8 cents to an egg, because the people in this country can't even afford the 8 cents on an egg. That is where we are, ma'am. That is where this country is, ma'am. And with agriculture in crisis, this housing trust continues unabated. And I wonder if it is so much of a housing trust as it is an attempt to enrich those who are already wealthy. Building a house always enfranchises someone, the builder. The builder doesn't do it for free, you know. The builder does it for profit. And the people of this country now want to know if this housing trust will involve the small builders, the small contractors, the masons and the carpenters. So don't come in here boasting about 500 houses at Vineyard. How many small contractors are involved? And even before you involve small contractors, I point to the sin of taking up agricultural land and placing permanent cement on it, to people's peril. In a country where vegetables and produce from the United States, in spite of WTO, is more expensive than the vegetables and produce from the Caribbean. But we have no confidence in ourselves. As a Caribbean community, we don't. We believe that unless it comes down through Miami or the eastern seaboard, that it is not worthy of consideration. And a former prime minister once reminded this country that most of our trade is done within CARICOM. But most Barbadians are never told that by governments. Most Barbadians are led to believe that most of our trade is done with Europe and the United States. Most Barbadians probably believe that. And that is why the closing of LEAT was a tragedy. Between 1974 and 2024, that airline did a lot for the Caribbean. I make bold to say it should still be flying as a Caribbean entity. That the governments, and this is my position, that I believe that the governments of this region had a moral and political obligation to continue the support of LEAT. Because LEAT was central to the regionalist effort, to the regionalist imperative. LEAT was central. How do you trade unless you can reach each other? How do you trade unless you can reach each other in half hour and an hour at the most between the Southern Caribbean and the Northern Caribbean, hour and a half perhaps? But we seem obsessed. We seem obsessed with jurisdictions that exist beyond the Caribbean. And in this country, we seem to be on a path of destroying an industry which contributed to the development of the people of this country. We seem intent on destroying agriculture. Even at a time like this, we still seem intent on destroying agriculture. This minister ought not to have come here today to admit that agricultural lands and an agricultural station are being taken out of agriculture to plant cement. So we're cutting down vegetation and planting cement. That is nothing to be proud about. And so when the minister boasts 500 houses at Vineyard, and that by 2025, he will have built 1,500 housing solutions, that is fine. But at the expense of agriculture? When the Ministry of Agriculture ought to be the most active ministry in this government, the Ministry of Agriculture has gone silent on most issues. Apart from yesterday's intervention to take 8 cents off an egg. But apart from that, the report of the governor of the central bank, even the report of the governor of the central bank asserted that agriculture is in decline. The Minister of Agriculture spent most of this year saying that agriculture and agricultural production was on the increase. The Minister of Agriculture spent the most of this year telling this Parliament and telling Barbadians that agricultural production was on the increase. And he has been silenced by a central bank report which now declares that agriculture is in decline. And coexistent with the decline of agriculture is the acquisition by the government of agricultural lands to plant concrete. It's a two-edged sword. And either side will cut this country grievously. And if the honourable member promises a bright future, when that double-edged sword cuts the ambitions of this country, the country will bleed grievously. And agriculture is bleeding to death. With this government's policy in relation to agriculture, agriculture is bleeding to death, bludgeoned by concrete. And I'm not apologetic about saying that. And I will not be apologetic about asking this government to rationalize land use in Barbados and to place houses where houses can go without compromising agriculture. That's the point. There are parts of Barbados, and I'm not going to give them the idea because I really don't want them to run away with it. I really don't want them to run away with it. Let them think. Let them be creative. Let them use their intellects, considerable as they are, but suppressed as they are. If given the chance, most of them would be able to express their ideas. Unfortunately, the environment does not encourage that. And they grumble quite a lot. They grumble quite a lot. I know that. So they come in here and they thump the table and they heckle me and they interrupt me. That night when I left you on the bridge, I bent down, kneeling on my knee and pressed my ear to listen to the land. And I bent down listening to the land, and all I heard was tongueless whispering, as if some buried slave wanted to speak again. I encourage this government, if my appeal means nothing to them, do like Martin Carter in that poem and listen to the land. Listen to the land. The land that is begging for activity. The idle land that is begging for activity. The idle land that is begging for farmers who are available in this country to come and work the land. Listen to the land. Don't listen to the industrialists. Don't listen only to financiers. Don't listen only to men who dress pretty and talk pretty. Listen to the land. It has fed us for as long as we have been here. And it will continue to feed us, Honourable Member for St. Lucie. You're shouting at me again. I heard them say today that they have now identified some lands in St. Lucie. The land murderer is on his way to St. Lucie. His sword of Damocles is swinging in your parish. What is your protest, Brownwater? What is your protest?
Character, man. Character. He's a character.
What more can I say in relation to this tragedy? This modern day daylight tragedy in which a government continues to rob this country of an asset that has existed from time immemorial. A government that now transforms that asset into a deficit. Yes, we want housing, but yes, we want agriculture too. Yes, we can have both. We can have both. It's called rationalization in relation to land use. That's what it is called. And you don't have to have a PhD in town planning to know that. You don't. The little old lady in your constituency knows, Honourable Member for St. Lucie. She knows. And she knows where you should put a house and where you should not put one. Because she understands what survival is. She survived for 85 and 90 years. And she wants you to live the same length of time, not as her representative. Me neither. We're not getting up there. We're not getting up there. And so, Your Honor, my view on this acquisition is that it is now immoral. It is immoral, and I am summarizing my contribution. It is immoral, and it is politically irresponsible to come to a country and to take up agricultural lands and put them permanently into cement. That's immoral. That's wrong. Absolutely wrong, Honourable Member. But that is not all the government is doing. The act may be immoral in itself, and it is immoral. But the greater sin is that even if you decide to do that, even if you decide to have a building trust, for goodness sake, help a small contractor. Help a small fella. Give a small fella $1 or $2. Give a small fella some help. What is this government's record in relation to small business? What is this government's record in relation to small business, Your Honor? This government has failed small business in Barbados, and this government in a housing trust has the perfect opportunity to enfranchise small builders, small businessmen. The Honourable Member for St. George South has not uttered a word as to who will benefit, who will be those builders. And I know that the decision is beyond him. I'm wrapping up, yes. I know that the decision is beyond him. And that is why I say somebody's trying to embarrass him. I earlier accused him of being Jacob, because we know the hands are those of Esau's. He's only the voice. It is only the voice of Jacob. He is sent on an expensive errand, and it is expensive because the people of Barbados are paying dearly for his interventions in here. It started off at 60 million. He may have a chance to reply, and he may have a chance to tell the people of this country how much this new housing trust is going to cost the taxpayers. He has that political and parliamentary obligation to say how much this housing trust, this housing project will cost. Are the people of Barbados not entitled to hear? All they're supposed to hear is this pretty speech about housing solutions. Tell us the cost. Tell us the cost. The money does not belong to the party that dominates in here. The money belongs to all the people of Barbados. And all the people of Barbados have a right to know. And I say to you, Your Honor, that if you can project that you're going to build 1,500 houses, you must be in a position to project how much it will cost. Why is the question of cost a national secret? Why can't the people of Barbados, why can't the builders of Barbados know what are the costs? Anything that is done in the United States, by the United States government, by the British government, they always tell you what is the projected costs. Why are costs so secret? Why are we hiding behind numbers? 500 at Vineyard, 1,500 in 2025, 40 units for 1,200 people at Hanson. Please tell us how much it will cost. Give us some comfort. Let us know how our taxes are being spent. And if you want to hide the beneficiaries of the expenditure, do that. We will find out. Because we did find out eventually that Hope got $60 million. I want to suggest to you, Honourable Member, through you, ma'am, that he must have the figures. And if he doesn't have them, it is because, having been sent on this mission, even from him, they conceal the figures. So don't come in here with these impressive numbers of houses. Be more impressive with the cost of these houses. That is what we want to know. Because ultimately, and as I've said, the housing trust is going to enrich somebody or some bodies. You don't have to tell us who will be enriched, but we want the figure of enrichment. And we know, and the small builders know, it will not be them, because somehow this government feels that unless you're rich already, you're not entitled to anything except a handout or a free ticket to a fair. That's how this government feels about poor people. A handout or a free ticket to a fair. And so, Your Honor, I caution this government in relation to the resolution that comes here today. I must oppose a resolution in this social and economic climate that seeks to convert an agricultural station into a housing project. I am not going to be softened by the proposal to build a children's home on it. There are several other places you can build a children's home, but not housing on agricultural lands. I've repeated that so often that I shan't repeat it again, but the message must be sent to this government. And I repeat, for the sake of the Honourable Member for Christchurch West, it is immoral. And we cannot, here and elsewhere, give this initiative our support. Your Honor, I'm obliged to you.
Honourable Member, Michael Sal.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wish to be very brief in my remarks and begin where the Honourable Member for Christchurch South ended, really, in relation to the children's home. But before I do so, I must remind this House that, I mean, they already know it, I say it all the time, that I grew up in the Pine. And for those who know the Pine very well, reference was made to the Pine during the debate. For those who know the Pine very well, a part of a lot of my life, people who lived in the other part of the Pine would always tell me that the area where we grew up in Bottom Close Valley was a cane ground. That pine plantation where a lot of those houses was actually cane fields. So in a sense, I grew up in a cane field. And there is a certain recklessness, I think, when one conveys the opinion that any attempt to build housing where cane previously grew is to do some injustice to all Barbadians. Truth, if that were true, the vast majority of Barbadians would have no housing. And while I have the greatest respect for all the farmers in Barbados and I listen to them, I think that they are men of tremendous wisdom. I listen to them all the time. I do believe that we have to have, and I agree with the opposition leader in this regard, we have to have a balanced approach to how we build out Barbados. But it is unwise to believe that there's not going to be housing where canes previously grew in this country. I grew up in a cane field. Mr. Speaker, sir, Madam Deputy Speaker, I also would wish to remind the opposition leader that in the story told by Cicero, mentioned by the leader of the opposition, the one with Damocles, the sword of Damocles. Let me keep you focus. The point was that, and the bigger point was that, you know, with all the power in the world and all the wealth in the world, at the end of the day, you know, those positions, they're often men who are coming for you. And that such power and such wealth may not necessarily bring happiness, and that it is better to be a person of great virtue and good virtue. And I believe that most of us come to this house with a desire to do virtuous things. I think about our housing situation, sir, in much this way. It is a difficult thing, I think, now to be a Minister of Housing, and the truth is many people in Barbados want houses, and this has been the case for a number of years. I've had the good fortune of being associated with the ministry that I now lead for a number of years, and persons have been asking for housing for a tremendous part of that period. We have to find a solution to the housing problem, and I trust that we will be able to do so in a way that is balanced as we go forward. I support this resolution, Madam Deputy Speaker. I support it entirely because I do know we have to have housing solutions, and I do know that that solution has to be one that is balanced. Like the honourable members who spoke before me, I too visited Bullins. I visited the site. It's a very nice site. And the truth is that for a number of years, it hasn't actually been in agriculture. And I'm not saying that all land that is not in agriculture needs now to go to housing, but this particular plot has not been in agriculture. We're not sacrificing any land or any food and denying Barbadians the capacity to be food sufficient. The plants, we are advised that were there. There used to be a plant nursery and other things there. Those plants are still alive. They've been moved to another location. And that we are maintaining and regarding and respecting that, to me, is a credit to the government. I would want to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, again, that I really have a lot of respect for Barbadian farmers. In the house that I grew up in the Pine, at the bottom of the hill where I lived, on the top of the hill, the government of the day granted to the Rastafarian community what was, I think, about a half acre to grow food. The Rastas at the time, many of them were in agriculture, were despised, rejected. People said the worst things about them because they chose to spend some time growing food. You know, Rastafari had a lot of things right at a time when they were criticized for it. But on top of that hill, there is still the food being grown and a certain degree for self-sufficiency. So I have a great, profound respect for the struggles of the people who chose to be in agriculture for a significant part of their lives. The Honourable Member for St. Philip South, I believe, as Minister of Agriculture, is doing a fantastic job to make sure that the farmers of Barbados get a fair share. And I say so conscious of the fact, Madam Deputy Speaker, that for many people who own agricultural land, many of them are making a choice.
Many persons are choosing not to go into agriculture. I've seen the efforts of the government to keep people in agriculture when their personal choice is not so to do. And again, that is also to the credit of the government. And of course, I believe that we have to have a balanced approach in terms of how we build out as we go forward. But I do support this resolution. I think when we have clinic, I have clinic every week, Mr. Speaker, sir, Madam Deputy Speaker, or as often as I can. And the question that is posed to me most often by my constituents is, can you help me get a house? And it is something that I believe that the government has to look at, and the truth is that the buildup of housing has been slow and steady, but it has happened over years. This is not something that happened yesterday. The fact that Barbadians want housing has been happening now gradually over a period of time for years. And they asked me, sir, is the government building houses? And I'm sure that the Honourable Member for Christchurch South has those questions too. Persons asking for housing. A serious government has to commit itself to resolving the issues of the day. And as I said, Madam Deputy Speaker, I believe that there has to be balance. We have to balance our desire to remain food sufficient and self-sufficient, but I must also remind this chamber that to be food sufficient does not necessarily mean you grow everything. In a region where we have, and it's a fact, there are lands in our adjoining neighbors that are perhaps more fertile than ours. Barbados has to be able to feed itself in times of crises. But I'm just saying that the relationship that we build out with our neighbors could help us have a comprehensive plan that allows us to do what we need to do to house our Barbadian citizenry while we still are able to eat. But the people who come to me on Wednesday evenings ask me primarily about housing. Can I get a house? Can you help me with a house? Is the government building houses? And the truth is, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am happy to see that the minister responsible for housing, the Honourable Member for St. George South, has gone about his task with such diligence and is indeed returning results to the people of Barbados as it relates to housing. And Madam Deputy Speaker, we also have to recognize that in a climate crisis, emergency housing is going to be a big deal. The Honourable Member for St. George South spoke of the fire in Wellington Street, the city, that we were able to offer some housing solutions for. The member for the city and myself, we spent the night there. The Honourable Member for St. Michael East came to the scene. We saw the fire. It was perhaps the biggest fire I've ever seen. We're going to have situations where we have to respond to fires. We've seen that early July, for the last few years, we're getting weather that is unprecedented. Brought us Beryl, brought us Elsa. We also have to be in a position to house persons as a result of these changing climate events caused by a climate crisis that small island developing states are desperately fighting to get their share recognized, because the international world does not choose to recognize that they're guilty of causing most of these problems that are being faced by small island developing states. But we have to find housing solutions for the most vulnerable. There's no other way to look at it. We have to find housing solutions for the most vulnerable. I know enough to know that there is a relationship between food insecurity and housing. We know that. If we are serious about tackling food insecurity, we also have to be talking about housing. A man or a woman who is unhoused is more likely to face food insecurity. And we therefore have to build affordable housing, because it must be a case where having a house does not deprive one of the capacity to be able to have a meal either. We have to be able to build affordable housing, and I am happy to see that the government is doing what it has to do to build affordable housing so that the average Barbadian can own a house. Madam Deputy Speaker, after that fire in Wellington Street, we were able to house a number of families in housing. And I've been in a number of conversations with the Minister of Housing about us being able to build out serious emergency housing facilities for people. I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition said he came in here to talk politics. I came to talk about the people and to do the people's business. And I must say I'm a lot tired. I spent the last few nights at the hospital with my mother. I'm a lot tired. And so I am in a mood now just to deal with facts. You know, some of us have to be the adult in the room at certain times. The number of persons who are desirous of housing in Barbados, Madam Deputy Speaker, is happening because there are a number of phenomena influencing this. The truth is that there was a time when you could have a whole lot of Barbadians living in the same household. Around the same time that we were an agrarian society, you could have a lot of Barbadians living in the same household. As people become more economically independent, they want their own space. We can't tell Barbadians that they can't have a house. So people want to be able to have housing. So what you're saying, in a sense, is a rise in people's capacity to own housing because of the fact that they have been economically enfranchised. And the truth is that people believe, with the trajectory of the country and with the government, that they can own a house in this time because many people lost faith a few years ago. So we expect that more people are going to come forward asking for housing because more people believe that they can own a house because more people now are working. More people are seeing some light at the end of the tunnel. And at the end of the day, Madam Deputy Speaker, that is what we came to politics for, I believe. To be able to offer people a better standard of living. And one of those things must be a house. It must be a house. You know, I was on the block one day when I was living in the Pine. I spent a lot of time on the block, you know. I'm a real block man. Young man for Chris herself knows me well, so he knows that it's true. I'm a real block man. I spend a lot of time on the block. A lot of the education that you get on the streets when you grow up in certain communities. And I remember some older men saying to us as a group of young boys that we think being true to ourselves and to the Pine is to stay in the Pine. But to be true to ourselves and to be true to our mothers, particularly our mothers, because at the time many of us did not live with our fathers. But to be true to our mothers, the real testimony of whether you are being true to yourself and to your roots is not to stay there, but to be able to move out. Get a little education, move out, take your family out so that you can own something, because at the time, nobody owned any of those Pine houses. And if it is true that we count housing solutions as the houses that were built in the 70s and the 60s and so on, those were meant to be rented permanently at the time. So the children who grew up in those housing solutions also are looking for houses. So that there are a number of people who are housed in rental accommodation who are also looking for houses. We have to be able to satisfy that need. And I believe that we are on a trajectory so to do. But the older guy said, if you want to be true to yourself, you got to find a way out. And once you found a way out, you then have to make a way for other people to get out. But never disrespect where it is that you come from. Madam Deputy Speaker, I grew up in a cane ground, cane field, as did many of us. If we ask, and we go back a few years, a few decades, you will see that many of us where we live in the heights and the terraces was agricultural land. Cane was planted there. When I was a boy, Madam Deputy Speaker, what is now Fort George Heights used to be land where cows and sheep would feed. And we would leave the Pine and go up there because you could find all kind of dunk trees and different trees. And we would go up there to get those things. And animals used to be there. Most of us who reside where we resided where agriculture was. It is a crying shame now to come and call all sin and all men who do it sinners, when the house probably that we also live in was agricultural land. Probably. We need to recognize that the only way a country can develop is if you have a balanced trajectory and a balanced growth. And that there's a seriousness that must be brought to the conversation that I think is a bit above politics. But in relation to the children, we have to have a new deal for children. If we are to be able to build facilities for children, children need places to play and so on. A lot of the facilities that were meant for children, particularly in the urban corridors, were small. The land that is being made available at Bullins allows us to build a proper, modern facility. And I don't only mean modern in relation to the physicalness of the building, but in relation to how you think about housing children, the programs that are going to be going there, and the space. The other thing was that in many cases you would want to separate children. Sterling, you'd want to separate children many times from other places, other housing developments. And when you did not do that, you ended up with small little housing facilities, as we had at Campwood, I think it was in St. Philip. We had at Sears Court in Christchurch. We had in Haynesville, where you might have a children's facility, but you do not have physical space for the children to be able to play. And that if we are going to rethink that, because modern thinking tells us that if we're going to build out facilities for children, you need to do so with space. And the facility at Bullins allows us to right a wrong, because most of the facilities that were built, look at them, except for the ones that used to be in the more rural areas. They were small. This allows us to build a modern facility where children can play and have fun and so on. Madam Deputy Speaker, there is currently about 100 children residing in care in Barbados. It fluctuates, but it's about 100. The facility at Bullins will house the adolescent children that are primarily now being housed at, I should say homed, really, because it's not just a house, at what was Fars, the Marina Brewster property at Fars. Most of those children will now go to the property at Bullins. And we will have a modern facility for those children, because I believe the children in care deserve the best. You know, I have said that it is one of the things that I intend to do is to have a story if the persons allow, because people believe if you grow up in care that you're not capable of achieving anything. And that there are a number of children who grew up in care facilities who've gone on to do amazing things. And that is why, Madam Deputy Speaker, I believe that we have to put in place the proper facilities so that children who grow up in care can go on to do even greater things. When we consider Bullins, and when we look at the trajectory we want to build out for children in Barbados, Madam Deputy Speaker, the idea that we needed a facility as modern and as relevant as the facility that is being built at Bullins by the Barbados Children's Trust is something that we could only have dreamt of. And we are building a state-of-the-art facility for children who are put in care, who therefore would be some of our most vulnerable children, at zero cost to the government of Barbados. It is at zero cost to the government of Barbados. And I'm saying, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I believe the benefits will be triple what people anticipate from these facilities, because this is the kind of facility now, Madam Deputy Speaker, if I had the wherewithal so to do, I would be building these facilities all over the place, not only for children, but for persons with disabilities, for the elderly, and so on. Madam Deputy Speaker, I believe that in the social sector, the government, if I were to use the opposition leader's analogy, the government would be the mouse that is giving birth to a mountain when it comes to what it is that we are doing in the social sector. The truth is, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have to be able to do these things. We have to be able to do these things. I trust that the children who will now move to Bullins will appreciate and enjoy the facility. They will appreciate and they will enjoy the space, Madam Deputy Speaker, that would allow them to have a productive life. The other thing, Madam Deputy Speaker, I wish to say and to offer comfort to the Maria Holder Trust who would have been involved in FARS is to let them know, because I know they're listening, that we intend to keep that space for children. And that we will have facilities, different facilities for children there, but we intend to keep that space for children at FARS, so that they do not have to worry about what we intend to do with the space at FARS. Madam Deputy Speaker, I believe that these are important conversations. The other thing is, Madam Deputy Speaker, again, I want to thank the Minister of Housing, because as part of that emergency housing conversation, I anticipate that very soon we will be having a conversation about some of the work that we are doing together to resolve a social problem. We know as well that there are some persons that we know that have taken residence with the ministry at the Clygallop shelter. Madam Deputy Speaker, that we have to repair that facility. We need to find a new facility for mostly for those men who are there, Madam Deputy Speaker. Because I believe that regardless of a person's social circumstance at a time, that they need to be treated with dignity and decorum. In much the same way, Madam Deputy Speaker, that you reminded this chamber that many children for years, not today, who did not have at school, were given very quietly to, and treated with dignity. Because dignity is the point. And I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the point being raised, ultimate point, raised by Cicero in the Sword of Damocles story, is that decency and integrity matter more at the end of the day than wealth and all these things. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have also identified a new facility. You would recall that when we brought the Child Protection Bill, that we said we were going to build a secure treatment facility to allow us to work with those children who need some extra special attention. I'm pleased to announce that the Child Care Board is in the process of securing a building, and that tomorrow we will sign the payment agreement for that building, so that we would then have that secure treatment facility, keeping the promise that we made when we brought that bill. And that is important, because it allows us to treat to the children who need treating to the most in a way, sir, ma'am, that is not punitive, but allows us to deal with them at the core and deal with the issues that they are facing. I anticipate again that we are going to have significant benefit. On that note, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to encourage those who give to help us build out more child care facilities. I believe that Barbados has reached a point where we are seeing the benefits of government-run facilities, but it could be a private-public partnership, much like some of these houses that we're building. And if you can build out more child care facilities, it gives a lot of women, young women, particularly vulnerable women, the opportunity to go and to work, while the government takes care of their children at a subsidized rate. We need to build more. I suspect that the cost to the government would be tremendously outdone by the benefits to the government and to the country by allowing these women to work. Madam Chair, Madam Deputy, I believe very strongly we're now into the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. I believe very strongly that we have to build a society that allows us to respect women. Most of the people who come to me on Wednesday evenings, I don't know what the application percentages are at the Ministry of Housing, but most of them are women. A lot of women who are coming forward and trying to own a piece of the rock, who have been trying for years. I think what we are doing here empowers women. And that the Prime Minister is always saying that we have to complete the circle of enfranchisement. The opposition leader asked the question I thought he was asking in jest. Who is being empowered when we build these houses? The question, I don't know if I misheard, but I believe the question was who has been enfranchised. You also said enfranchised. When we build these houses, the answer is a very simple answer. It is the poor and vulnerable, particularly the women who come to see us on Wednesdays when we host clinic. The women of this country, the young men of this country who want to own a house, those are the ones being enfranchised by what the Honourable Member for St. George South has brought here today. The point that I am making, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that no matter how I look at this thing, and I've looked at this from every angle, I can see no place where there is fault. I support what the Honourable Member for St. George South has brought before this House. I say so, Madam Deputy Speaker, because I think this is a serious thing, you know. There are a number of women in Barbados who are raising children on their own. That is why I spoke about us building out more housing facilities. Some of them in situations where they're being ill-treated by men. And I'm speaking, recognizing that this is a period where we have to be serious about gender-based violence. A lot of them are asking for facilities to be able to raise their children safely, that they can own and afford. We are tackling a multiplicity of social problems when we build out these facilities in situations where people have space and they can play, and children who grow up in a children's home are looking not at a cramped up yard like they did at Sayers Court or at Campwood, but at a facility that has a huge space, and they look out and they see what Barbadians consider to be decent housing, because we have to treat children who are in these most vulnerable circumstances well, and this allows us to do just that. Madam Deputy Speaker, so while the opposition leader speaks about the social problems that having these circumstances may cause, I see that there's also social benefits. And I have been the first to come to Parliament, and I have said many times that what we built in the Pine and in Haynesville and so on were social solutions, but without the appropriate infrastructure for play, then you could have social problems. And I know that the Honourable Member for St. George South is taking these things into consideration. I have seen the plans, I've heard the conversations. I do believe, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we have to be balanced in the approach that we take to housing. Madam Deputy Speaker, I will close on this. I never planned to be even as long as I've been. In my constituency, I have responsibility now for the grotto, for the constituents in the grotto, for the people in the grotto, because most of them don't actually vote in St. Michael South. They're not my constituents in that sense, but that there are people who live in St. Michael South, and I take charge for them as I do for any other person, any set of persons. And they're some of the nicest people that I have met. I must tell you, I appreciate particularly Permit to say Andre and the team who are doing good work in keeping the grotto up to date. But I would recall before the 2018 election, there were tiles blowing in the grotto. The tiles started lifting, the cupboards were falling apart. The pipes, the plumbing went bad in the grotto. And that slowly we are seeing the government trying to fix some of these problems, but they would tell you that they have a number of problems because of the original built of the grotto. The grotto was rushed before the 2018 election to put people into those houses before the government of the day. The honourable leaders of the opposition, his government. No, the leader of the opposition is his government. They put people in. They put people into the grotto before they fix the problems in the grotto. We want to talk about sin. Let us talk about sin. They built the grotto at an enormous price that they could never get back. Tell us about who profited then. Tell us who profited then.
Enrichment is what you said? Enrichment.
Huh? in the agricultural station and in the grotto. Tell us who profited then.
That was agriculture.
But they built out the grotto, Honourable Leader of the Opposition. I know you may not know because you were safe in the bosom of the Labour Party. No, I have to take him at his word. He said he didn't know. But they built the grotto. I don't have the dollar value. I suspect the Honourable Member for St. George South could tell you. But $650 a square foot.
Corruption.
For lifting tiles.
Corruption.
Order, please.
For broken sinks and pipes.
Oh no.
For falling cupboards and doors and windows not staying on their hinges at $650 a square foot.
Oh no.
And would want to tell me about sin.
No, that's iniquity, not sin. That's iniquity.
Well, I must remind if we say we have no sin, we deceive ourselves.
And the truth is not in him.
And the truth is not in him. Madam Deputy Speaker, even today when I visit the grotto, I still have to find myself calling the Honourable Leader of the Opposition to fix these problems, many of them structural problems. Talk about the sin, man. Many of them structural problems. They have to throw garbage from the top window, or they got to walk down the stairs with the garbage. Huh? The reality is, Madam Deputy Speaker, that if they had done it once, you could say that it was a mistake. Or perhaps, as is keeping with the government of the day then, his government, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition's government, incompetence. But that was what they repeated after they did it at Valerie.
Oh dear.
Right next to my constituency too, in St. Michael, South Central. And then, because, listen, the audacity of the opposition has no bounds. After that, taking cameras to show people the faults in Valerie, when they built the Valerie,
Oh dear. What a terrible group of people.
to put it on social media and to say, look at what the government is doing, instead of saying, oh my gosh, look at what we did, that Democratic Labour Party government, look at what we did to the people.
Oh dear. Oh no. No.
So when I look at Valerie, and when I look at the grotto, and I see good Barbadian people suffering because of the facilities that was built, when I watch that we have to go there time and time again and try to fix what the Democratic Labour Party did to the people, I find it a little bit difficult, with as much admiration that I have for the leader, to sit here and be lectured about who's sinning and who ain't sinning. Because at the end of the day, the greatest injury done to people in housing was under the Democratic Labour Party. Talk about the number of houses that were built and grass was going through them all over Barbados.
My entire parish line, St. George, all kinds of everywhere.
Let us talk. If you're going to have a conversation, let us talk. I know that if you want to come and tell me about anything in my eye, you got to first take off that which is in yours. Talk about the number of houses all over Barbados. That again, people who were in face the same situation, because they were built, many people can go in them, same cover problem, windows, doors. That is the reality. So we have now gone about trying to do serious business for the people of Barbados, for the women who have built this country. I know what it is to watch women carry water upon their head, man, from the standpipe. I know what it is to have to bathe at 1, 2 for a number of years. I ain't getting into whether he knows or doesn't know. I know that there were many women who had to bathe at standpipes, who dream of owning a house. Are we to deny them? Are we to deny them because we believe that this parliament is a place where we should come and say we came to talk politics and not about the people? Madam Deputy Speaker, are we to deny the children a proper facility where modern thinking tells us that you need to build smaller facilities in terms of the number of children with larger spaces so that they too have a decent life and dignity in this country? So I am asking myself, what is it that we are really disagreeing with? It can't be what we propose to do for the people. It cannot be that the government is not trying its best to work with the farmers. And I've heard the minister speak on numerous occasions about his relationship with them and his work with them. I have a lot of respect for Barbadian farmers. I'm telling you, on the hill where I live, permit me to say, Aimoro, Ayambo, Ayaz, all the Rasta men who were criticized as farmers when I was young. Most of the farmers I knew were dreads. So I have a lot of respect for them. I would never do anything to disrespect them or their legacy. But if we have land that is not being used in agriculture, that could be used to advance the interests of the poor men and women of this country, the most vulnerable children, if we recognize that Barbados was once predominantly a land of agriculture, and that the houses that most of us live in was probably agricultural land, I would advise, I don't know, but I would advise the Honourable Member for Christchurch South to check and see if that was agricultural land too. I don't know. I know where I grew up was of cane ground. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I just wish to say as I close that I support what is before this honourable chamber. I wish to say that I support what is before this chamber. I wish to say that I support the efforts of the member for St. George South. I wish to say that in him and in his work, along with the member for Christchurch West, the work that they're doing, I see hope for the poor and for the most vulnerable. And I close again by asking and answering the same question that the leader of the opposition posed, I hope in jest. Who is it that is being enfranchised by what is before the House? It is the people of this country. Those few words, Madam Deputy.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy President. I also wish to join this debate to make my contribution to the resolution in respect of the lands at Holders Hill in St. James. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think it is necessary for me to go back, because in this honourable chamber, administration after administration, governments, whether you're in government or whether in opposition, we've had to grapple with this whole issue of whether or not lands should be acquired for agriculture purposes or whether land should be acquired for public housing. Mr. Speaker, there is no secret whatsoever that Barbados, and I say that giving credit to all those who serve in town and country planning departments, that Barbados has always had a physical development plan. And the physical development plan of Barbados has always been to set out the orderly development of Barbados. And I don't think that there's anyone within this chamber or outside of this chamber who will condemn all the work that those professionals have done to ensure we maintain the orderly development of our society. Madam Deputy Speaker, the issue at hand relates to the resolution and the fact that the government and the honourable member for St. George South has brought the resolution to this chamber to obviously acquire lands or to vest lands to ensure that we can have appropriate housing solutions. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member for St. Michael South spoke to it, and it is a fact. There is a demand for housing in Barbados. And what the government is doing is simply responding as a responsible government ought to do to the demands of persons who are asking for housing. And if there is a significant demand for housing, and the honourable member for St. George South comes to the chamber, having cleared the cabinet for the resolution to come here, to provide housing solutions, then I think it is simply a case of the government responding to the people of Barbados who want to have appropriate housing solutions. And therefore, what is before us is the Billings Agriculture Station. And the issue, as I have been told, that the Billings Agriculture Station has been closed now for a long time. I believe it was not closed under this Barbados Labour Party administration. It was closed during the Democratic Labour Party administration. The Billings Agriculture Station. So that when we come to this parliament and we want to suggest that agricultural lands were taken out of production by this Barbados Labour Party government, the record should reflect that it is this Barbados Labour Party administration that came in and found the lands in an idle state. And that is a statement of fact. As I've been told, the second issue related to it is that the Billings Agriculture Station moved away from agriculture production for a number of years. And I'm further advised by people who live down that area, and you know I spent a little time on the West Coast having worked there, and they told me that at one stage it moved from what we would call the production of produce, and it moved to flowers, I believe a lot of flowers in the area. And that too collapsed. So that you have land that otherwise would have been in production, not been in agriculture production for several years. And what the government has come today to do is to say, look, it is lying idle, there's a demand for housing, it has not been used for many years, it has not contributed to agriculture production in the country, and as a result, the government has decided that they are going to provide some housing solutions there. Now, of course, a government that, and certainly this government, does not operate like a banana republic. There are procedures that you have to follow. In other words, you will have a Minister of Agriculture who will have to provide comments. If it is an issue of change of use, then that has to be processed by the respective government departments. And it's not that a minister can go in there and say, I want this land and it has to be for agriculture, because we don't operate like a banana republic. We're not that. You go through the processes and you allow the lands and the decisions regarding the lands to come through from the professionals. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is where it has to be a point of departure. Now, there are other people, private owners of land, who would apply for change of use to develop housing projects in Barbados, and they will go through the procedures. And when they are given permission for change of use for agricultural land, I don't hear the hue and cry in the public domain. And therefore, when a government, as an act or an instrument of social policy, decides that it is necessary to provide solutions, there is always this hue and cry. If it is good for the goose, I am told it should be good for the gander. And that is where we are. But we can't have in a society, and if you forgive me, Madam Deputy Speaker, but when you go through St. Thomas, I see a lot of developments, a lot of housing program going up there in St. Thomas, not owned by the government of Barbados, but a private developer. When you go to St. Philip, you see a number of private companies building houses, and those who have built houses within that facility, responding again to the housing, the request for housing. So this issue has always grappled governments, and this issue will continue. But the issue for us is that we are not taking lands that were currently under production in agriculture and removing it from agriculture production for housing. Idle lands, nothing done, probably for more than 10 years on the land or even more. And obviously, in response to housing solution, we have to make the change. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, it caused me to go to the estimates. And I really went to the estimates because it is not only a housing program that is led by the ministry responsible for housing and lands. But before I go there, perhaps I ought to make the point that, and this point has to do with governance. Now, there's a lot of talk about hope. I am not the minister responsible for housing and lands, so I can't speak in detail. I'm sure he will speak in detail. But there's an issue here. Who owns the Hope Company? I believe the government is still the shareholder. And if the government is the sole shareholder, even if it were formed as a private company under the Companies Act, as most companies have to follow the Companies Act, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is still owned by the government of Barbados and by extension the taxpayers. So on the point of governance, it is not that this company is owned by somebody out there in partnership with the government. The government and the minister responsible for housing will have to correct me if I'm wrong, as well as the senior minister. But as far as I know, Hope Inc. is 100% owned by the government of Barbados. And if you have an entity in Barbados and the others, Kwame is one, BTMI is one, another one, sorry, and there are several others, BTII, they are owned by the government of Barbados as the sole shareholder. And the point I want to make about governance is that even if we plaster Hope as a poster child, we also have to remember who owns Hope. So if property or acres were vested in the National Housing Corporation, that too is owned and managed by the government of Barbados. Hope, private company or not, sole shareholder, the government of Barbados. And if these entities are owned by the sole shareholder, the government of Barbados, it therefore means that that entity in particular must be acting on the clear policy, decision, and guidance of the government of Barbados. And I believe that is the case. And like I said, if I am wrong, I will take my seat and the minister responsible for housing and lands would correct me. But that is a clear issue with respect to governance. So it's not that you have Hope Inc. out there doing its own thing, operating as though the government is not the shareholder, or that this is some company owned by several other private shareholders or persons in Barbados. Let the record of Parliament reflect. Let the message go out that hope is wholly owned by the government of Barbados and therefore is subject to the policy direction of this government. And I wanted to make that point because it's necessary. And like I said, if there are structured arrangements and there are times when you will have special purpose vehicles for a variety of reasons. We all know it because we've sat here in this parliament for some time. And there's no secret with respect to how we pursue policy decisions, especially with the special purpose vehicles. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, the government has done a lot of work in housing in this country. And therefore, I will say to the Honourable Member for St. George South, you don't need to be on the back foot and be defensive. Far from that, I think you should be on the front foot and on the offensive. And the reason for me saying this is because there is a clarion call in this country for housing. And the government has a responsibility to assist in the provision of housing solutions in this country. The private sector will do some, but the government is duty-bound to do it. And as I said, both governments, both administrations have had a long history in building out housing solutions in Barbados. I remember, Madam Deputy Speaker, and you will remember this, because the then chairman of the cabinet represented the people of St. Thomas in this very parliament. And that member of parliament also built out a number of housing solutions in Barbados. And we recall, for example, look when you pass through Dickens and Ferniehurst, when you go through Grisettes, when you go through the Pine, as the Honourable Member for St. Michael South said, when you go through a number of areas in Barbados, you will see housing solutions that were built on agricultural land. There are housing solutions that were built by both administrations. But in particular, during the 1976 to 86 period, when there was a significant build-out of housing in this country. And that is for the record. So the Honourable Member must press on with getting the housing solutions done. Because I too, when I go to my constituency clinic, and when people call me and I return their calls, they're asking me for a housing solution. They are telling me that they're tired paying rent. They're telling me, especially when they're getting on in age, that they want their own place. And if you have a government that is responding in a positive manner to the requests of the people of Barbados, then I am happy to be associated with that request. But I go further, because the government's record in housing is not only limited to the housing solutions that the Honourable Member for St. George South is adequately and efficiently pushing the agenda for. It goes back to what is happening. If you go to the estimates of expenditure for 2024-2025, you will see that there's sums in there voted for the Rural Development Corporation, and that's at page 22, Madam Deputy Speaker, of the estimates for 2024-25, which is already a document of this House. And if you go to page 37, you will see the vote for the UDC. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I went to the estimates. And when I looked at the estimates and I looked at the vote, I didn't go back to 2018 to take us right through to 2022. I went back and I looked at the vote from our second term, from 2022 to 23. And when you look at the allocation, the vote for 2022-23 for RDC was 9.18 million. The UDC vote was 16 million. When you go to the vote for 2023-24, 5 million and 8.8 million respectively for the RDC and UDC. And when you look at the estimates of expenditure for this year, you have 4.8 and $7.2 million. And as you know, as we collect additional revenue, you add a little more toward the end and you give the RDC more. But when you look at the sum total that we have allocated post-January 2022 election, Mr. Speaker, the government of Barbados has spent $50.98 million. In other words, $51 million in housing solutions in this country. And we can walk around Barbados and we can see, if you're going to rural Barbados, you can see the houses because they are very distinctive. If you come into UDC and you come into the rural and the urban community and the urban areas, you will see what they have done, Mr. Speaker. And a lot of people, including the poor, the disabled, and other people who have not had a chance hitherto to own a decent house in Barbados, Mr. Speaker, thanks to the Barbados Labour Party government, this government has spent $51 million alone on housing solutions post-January 2022. It tells the story, the success story, and all of us who have constituencies, all of us in here who sit representing constituents will know that from time to time we put in requests. In my case, I put in requests for my constituency through the Urban Development Corporation. And I'm happy to say that they have responded. And I'm sure, were it not for sometimes some landlords not giving permission, the figure perhaps would have been double. Because you have, and I want this message to go, the government is prepared to do more. But there are sometimes people who own the land, and sometimes there are clear issues relating to title. And as a result, it is not often, it will be unlawful for the government to do so, and the government obviously has to stay within the law. And if we had issues with titles clean, the RDC and the UDC would be spending more money on housing solutions in Barbados. But if in 3 years, Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, I apologize, Madam Deputy Speaker, that you've had an administration rounded off at $51 million on housing solutions, and I can go further, because this government, as responsible as it continues to be, whenever we have the effects of post-hurricanes in Barbados, it is the Barbados Labour Party government that reaches out and provides solutions, especially housing solutions and repairs to damaged properties post-hurricane events. And that is a statement of fact. You can want to criticize the government sometimes, that perhaps we can go at a faster pace. But in some cases, it is because titles aren't clean. And in other cases, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have situations where oftentimes you don't have enough workers. And that is what we're faced with in Barbados. And the Honourable Member for St. Philip West has facilitated the construction gateway and is doing a fantastic job in response to the shortages that we are experiencing in the construction sector, Madam Deputy Speaker. So this is not a government about a lot of long talk. This is about a government that has recognized that we had to implement the construction gateway to advance the skills and to ensure that we have the appropriate human resource complement and persons with trade so that they can get in there and make some money out of the construction by training through the construction gateway for them to earn money. Madam Deputy Speaker, I even know of a female who has now gone in and doing training to become electrician. And she's not the only one. There are others who are into carpentry, mason, and you name it. So I really have to applaud the Honourable Member for St. Philip West for taking the initiative and recognizing, look, we are likely to have a shortage of skills in these areas, and she forged ahead. It's up to her, Madam Deputy Speaker, to tell the success story of the construction gateway for the country. But I know of the good works that she's doing with respect to the construction gateway. And the more skills, the more persons we have trained, the more human resources we will have within the country to help us not only with housing construction, but also commercial construction. And I really didn't want to delay the House unduly, but I had to make my intervention in respect of this matter. And if I want to play a little politics too, Madam Deputy Speaker, I could play a little politics too. Because I can also tell the leader of the opposition that if he would cast his mind back, it's not his fault. And I don't blame you. But if he were to cast his mind back to the IDB loan, and if the government of the day, not this government, but the DLP administration, when they had the IDB loan to refurbish hundreds of houses in Castle and Greenfields and all through the city, what we commonly refer to as across the constituency of the city of Bridgetown. If I were to remind him about that, I would want him to say, were that loan taken advantage of at the time, the demand and the pressure for housing in Barbados would not have been as intense as it is now, because a lot of those people who were in that area would have benefited from improved housing in the city of Bridgetown. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm not going to get into trouble with you, and I know my time is almost at an end. But I felt it was necessary to have an intervention in this debate to assure the honourable member for St. George South that he should maintain his discipline. He knows the government's protocols and the confines with which he has to work in, and continue to do so. And I want to encourage him not to be on the back foot. He needs to be on the front foot and press the gas and move on with the housing solutions of Barbados, so that when the people who get the keys and they move into the houses, they will say, I thank the honourable member for St. George South and the Barbados Labour Party for ensuring that I get, as Bajans like to say, a piece of this rock. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm obliged.
Honourable member, Vice Chair West.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, for an opportunity to make a brief intervention into this debate. Needless to say, and I heard many people talk about who was on the front foot and who was on the back foot and who needs to be on the back foot. Well, let me tell you, Madam Deputy Speaker, the member for St. George South was on the front foot and hitting sixes today in this honourable chamber. On the front foot and hitting sixes, because his record is stellar and nobody could challenge it. But I have now come to the crease to support him as well. And I am going to support him strong and full. And unlike the member for St. Michael West Central, I am going to be playing enough politics today. Enough politics. But let me start with a little lesson from the good book. The clerk of Parliament asked me what lesson I can speak from the good book for the previous speech. I didn't have one. I looked for one. I couldn't find one. But I found one for this particular debate. And the honourable member for St. Michael West Central talked about owning a piece of the rock. Well, let me talk about building your house on the rock. Matthew 7:24-27. Everyone then who hears these words of mine and does them will be like a wise man who built his house on the rock. And the rain fell, and the floods came, and the winds blew and beat on that house, but it did not fall, because it had been founded on the rock. And everyone who hears these words of mine and does not do them will be like a foolish man who built his house on the sand. And the rain fell, and the floods came, and the winds blew and beat against that house, and it fell, and great was the fall of it. You could not want a more apt piece of scripture to define this today. I'm going to start with a few little things. You know, I heard the Honourable Member say, oh, you took Boleyn's agricultural station and you've decided to put houses there. And I laughed to myself and I said, you know, the longer you spend in this honourable chamber, the more things you hear repeated over and over again. You know, there's a saying that if you do not know your history, you are doomed to repeat it. But let me, honourable member, tell you something about the history of the Democratic Labour Party and about agricultural stations. The Democratic Labour Party made a decision to build a housing solution structure at a place called the Grotto. We all heard about it just now in the constituency of St. Michael South. Well, I know the Grotto, Madam Deputy Speaker. I grew up in Dayton Road. The only distance from Dayton Road to the Grotto is Paddock Road. That is all. It must be 150 meters. That is it. I know the Grotto. The Barbados Agricultural Society is still at the Grotto because the Grotto was agricultural station and agricultural land. The same agricultural land that the Democratic Labour Party took up and built a housing development on. Well, I can see the shade houses in my mind's eye today. They were plastic, polythene-covered shade houses used to develop various strains of seeds for agriculture at the Grotto. But the same Democratic Labour Party, who he now represents, took up agricultural land and built at the Grotto. But you know what? According to the Honourable Member, it is immoral to take up agricultural land. It is politically irresponsible to take up agricultural land. It is wrong to take up agricultural land, and it is a sin to take up agricultural land. Did I leave out anything? No. That is what the Honourable Member said. And I encouraged him to say and repeat it. And he did, for the benefit of everybody. All of these wrong things. But his party did it at the very same Grotto, where Barbados Agricultural Society corporate office still now is. But I go further. The Honourable Member for St. George South, who hit 6 after 6 after 6, said that the Democratic Labour Party built 1,300 houses when they were in office. You know, Madam Deputy Speaker, that 500 of those 1,300 was built on what we call ribbon developments. What do I mean by ribbon developments? Ribbon developments are areas where there is a housing opportunity, but you don't have to put in any infrastructure because the road and the electricity and the water is already there. But you would not believe, Madam Deputy Speaker, that those same ribbon developments, for those 500 houses where the Democratic Labour Party took the easy way out and built where they didn't have to put in road, not like the Honourable Member for St. George South, where at Dodds North he had to put in road and services. At Vespera he had to put in roads and services. At Poole he put in roads and services. The Democratic Labour Party took the easy way out for 500 of those 1,300 houses where they didn't have to put in any services, they didn't have to put in any road, they didn't have to put in electricity, they didn't have to put in water. But you know what is most interesting, Madam Deputy Speaker? all on agricultural land again. The member that said to take up agricultural land is immoral. It is politically irresponsible. It is wrong, and it is a sin. 500 of those houses, I can tell you the places. Brighton and St. George. That agricultural land, but that's the breadbasket of the country. Henley in St. John, Cherry Grove, Poole, Branchbury, St. Joseph, Clifton, St. Philip, and even Montpoyer in St. Lucie. Agricultural land, agricultural land, agricultural land, agricultural land. But yet still, the honourable member says immoral, politically irresponsible, wrong, and a sin. But how? But you know, I guess I'm going to put down to naivety. Politically naive to not recognize that our administration have had to use agricultural land to develop housing. Have had to. And you know, the honourable members reminded me of the parish land St. Philip development. Now that was my first forte into taking a video that went viral. I understand by the time I looked at it just before election, it had 86,000 views or something like that. I don't remember the number, but enough views for a country like Barbados. And the reason that I took that video, Madam Deputy Speaker, and circulated it, is because they had built 100-odd houses. They'd built, and I heard the young member talk about tall grass at 6 Roads, but there may be building supplies at 6 Roads waiting to go into houses, and we get that because you have to store building supplies somewhere. But they're not houses, they're building supplies. But let me tell you, at parish land, it wasn't building supplies, it was houses, 100+ houses laid empty with more than tall grass, with vines and bats living in the ceiling. Bats living in the ceiling. Madam Deputy Speaker, when we came to office, we had to fix that too. All of the houses were sorted, and we made a large proportion of them available to single mothers. Single mother program that was put in place in parish land for single mothers from all over Barbados. This is what this administration did, because we care about people and we empowering people so that they get a piece of the rock. This is the important work that the member for St. George South has done. And I can go further on it. You know, the honourable member talk about the small contractor. Well, I was the person when the Contractor and Artisans Association, were there the people that worked at Vespera? The small contractors, they petitioned us, we met with them, we said, okay, you get these houses. Small contractors did the work at Vespera, Contractors and Artisans Association of Barbados, and worked there, and did the same at Clifton too, and at River Crescent, and further, they're the ones that do the UDC and RDC houses. All the houses that the member for St. Michael Western talked about, the 50 million, but those are all small contractors. All small contractors that work for UDC. UDC and RDC does not employ large contractors, but they only employ small contractors. No, let me just say that is straight naivety. But I can go further. Mr. Deputy Speaker. Let me say, right, that when the houses are built, the houses are sold, and the money goes back to the Housing Credit Fund. That's the first thing. The first thing. Houses are built, houses are sold, the money goes back to the Housing Credit Fund. But you know what it's there for? What's it called? The Housing Credit Fund. What's it to do? To extend opportunities to build houses for the people of Barbados. So the fund is functioning as it should. It's not functioning in any clandestine manner. That is exactly what it is there for. To provide money to build houses for the people of Barbados. When the houses are built, the houses are sold, people, the money that they sold for goes back to the Housing Credit Fund, then you draw down again, and you build more houses again, and you do the same like how a revolving fund works. That is what you do. And I can go further. In addition to what Hope is doing with that, in addition to the use of the money from the Housing Credit Fund, they're also using stage payments from the banks. So it means that you come to Hope with your mortgage certificate. You say, I am qualified for this amount of money, and you get your allotment, and then as you build, you get stage payments. That's how all developers do it. As you build, you get foundation, you get a payment at foundation. And the bank supplements that. And then you get a payment at ring beam, whatever the stages are. And the bank makes the stage payments. That way you don't have the great dependency for going forward on the Housing Credit Fund, because the Housing Credit Fund only has so much money in it. So I support wholeheartedly the work that the Minister for St. George South is doing, and all of us do. You know, Madam Deputy Speaker, building houses is very difficult. And they talked about how the Democratic Party took the lazy way out by building where the infrastructure already was. But let me tell you, building a development when you have to build the infrastructure as well is much, much harder than when you just have to build a house. I'm telling you. Because when you have to build the infrastructure, you have to have the road designed. You have to have the road cut. You have to have the road prepared. You have to have the water in. You have to have the natural gas in if you have it in a natural gas location. You have to have the poles in to take the electricity. You have to have the internet cable in as well. Then you have to have the curbs, the slippers, the drainage, the wells. All sorts of things go into a development, and that is just the road. And then you got to turn around and build the houses. And that is what the member of St. George South has been doing and has been able to do. And I commend the work that he has done. And I know the members in this honorable chamber recognize the hard work that he has done to get us to where we are and the number of houses. And I want to go further, Madam Deputy Speaker. This government recognizes we have housing problems with overcrowding. And we have set about ways and finding ways to fix those problems. What we have done is, yes, traditional build is one way. But traditional build takes time. So what should we do? Let us look outside and look for new technologies and new ways to build. New ways that may be faster, better, fire resistant, more resistant, cooler, and that's what we've done. Why should we remain stuck in the old ways? We say no. We say as time and technology progresses, we want to leapfrog technologies. We want to see what is next. The honorable member spoke about the future. Well, we are looking to the future by looking for new ways and new technological developments. And that is exactly what we're doing. And we're going to partner with people to get those developments going for two reasons. Reason number one is better, stronger, faster. Reason number two, it exposes our workforce to new technologies so they have a skill that they can export to other areas and other regions. And by exposing our people, it means that they have skills that are marketable throughout the region, if not throughout the world. So, Madam Speaker, I recognize that the time is short. I want to say one last thing, two last things about the particular resolution. The Bullens Agricultural Station was actually in what we call the urban corridor. Physical development plan, already passed by this House. It shows very clearly Holders Hill is part of the urban corridor. It is not in what is designated agricultural land. Not like the Brighton in the bread basket that the Democratic Labour Party did. Not like that. It is designated urban corridor, and it has housing developments around it fit for development. But in addition to the housing being done there, Children's Trust is building at no cost to the government of Barbados, just for us providing the land. They are developing a home for the children of this country who are in homes who are over 11 and above. So it's a new kind of home, over 11 and above, at no cost. And you want to hear how much that going to cost, that donation of a building going to cost? The estimated cost is not 5 million. It's not 8 million. It's not 10 million. It's not 12 million. It's a $15 million development that will be put there so that the children of Barbados can benefit. Who could scoff at that? You remember say he's not going to be softened by it. I am softened by it, and I am heartened by it, because it shows that there are people out there that have such confidence and such faith in the people of Barbados that they want to give the opportunity to our children so that they too can have an opportunity in this land of ours. So this is a win on many, many levels. It's a win for those who will benefit from the houses. It's a win for those who worked in constructing the houses because they get a skill. It is a win for the children because the children's home is going there. It is a win for the people of Barbados. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm cognizant of the time and I'm obliged.
Madam Deputy Speaker, let me wrap up first by thanking those members who so eloquently spoke in this debate on this side. Member for St. Michael West Central, member for St. Michael South, and the member for Christchurch West. I also will thank the member for Christchurch South for his effort. I am honourable, and I wouldn't want to stand up and say certain things about him that I don't truly mean, just for the sake of speaking. But at the end of the day, the honourable member must understand there's a philosophical divide here, difference between his side and our side as it relates to housing. And Madam Deputy Speaker, we recognize that this administration has focused on home ownership among ordinary Barbadians. I want to repeat that. There's been a focus by this administration on home ownership. We believe strongly that rent money is dead money. We believe that one of the ways to lift ordinary Barbadians out of poverty, those people from Ellerton, from Grisettes, from the Pine, from St. Philip, from Crab Hill, one of the ways is through home ownership. Because when you own a home, you have an asset to leverage. So that when the last administration kicked down the ladder for those students who were at university, kicked down the ladder, and the honourable member for Christchurch South spoke about that on our behalf. I recall you sitting here, honourable member for Christchurch South, and you chastised the former government for kicking down the ladder. We spoke about that many times. Because the ordinary man and woman, parents of children, They were not able to leverage any asset. They were not able to go to the bank and say, I have a home, I have an asset, something that appreciates. The honorable member for St. Michael West Central and the member for St. Peter, they would agree. They work in that sector. They're trained men in the accounting area and finance field, where they understand when something appreciates as opposed to depreciates. You can leverage it. It's not like a car that depreciates every minute you turn the key. But every minute you do a little bit of home improvement, your asset improves, and you can leverage that asset to send your children to university. And that is the difference between this government's policy and the last administration. The last administration prides itself on building 1,400 rental units. Rental units. What level of ownership and empowerment have you given to the ordinary man when you continue to build rental units at such an astronomical rate, $650 per square foot? And utilizing the taxpayers' money, there's a difference in policy as it relates to housing between the last administration and this administration. The liquidity within the banking sector. We have begun to form partnerships with the banks through various stakeholder consultations and meetings, led ably by the member for Christchurch West, led ably by our esteemed Prime Minister, brought the banks to the table. Let's utilize the liquidity in this banking system to provide mortgages for our ordinary man and woman in this country. And it has been happening. You go now and you assess the mortgage certificates from the lending institutions, over 4,000 mortgage certificates approved through lending institutions, that the ordinary man can go and get a mortgage to build a home, to come and say, hey, listen, whether it is a Jurvilla house, and I'm going to get to those, whether it is a traditional build, whether it is a like gauge steel house, whether it is a proposed autoclave aerated concrete paneling house that's going to keep it cool. Those are the options available to the ordinary man and woman. Never before in the history of this country has a government sought to create the level of innovative platform that we have by research to provide affordable housing for our people. Never once in the history of this country has a government sought to cap the price of land to provide affordable housing for the ordinary man and woman in this country. This government did it. And we have capped the price of land at $12 a square foot. Gone are the days when a government can exploit the ordinary man and woman in this country. And when you do that, you disadvantage the children. And you know what happened? The crime that you speak about within communities begin to escalate, because people continue to fight for space to sleep at night, to do their homework, and what they do to migrate to the blocks, and they begin to engage in activities that are not so wholesome, something we refer to in the village as bad company. Honourable member for Christchurch South, you know that very well. When we allow our children, we don't provide the environment for them to be educated, to sit and read. You love to read, but you always have a space that you can sit and read. Miss Starr that gone to the great beyond, you know that very well. You're from a good family, but you will sit in here and want people to believe that this government is disadvantaging the ordinary man and woman as it relates to housing. I'm going to get to the land use policy just now, you know. I ain't wrapping up because the time is getting late. Not only have we capped the price of land, services as well. And we recognize that in an effort to push home ownership among a certain category of persons earning between less than 1,500, between 1,500 a month and 2,000, we call it de-risking them. We recognize you may talk about letting each man fight for his own, but we recognize we have to put system in place to de-risk these people. And if government has to cap the price of land to make sure that the ordinary man and the ordinary woman working for $1,200 and $1,300 a month, sorry, $2,000 a month and $2,500 a month can own a home, we do it. We do it. Because when they own a home, we have engaged in rent to own homes in this country, the rent to own policy, but allow persons who cannot on day one, member for St. Michael West Central, who cannot go to the bank on day one to get a mortgage, they can begin by renting to own and put some skin in the game. And when they have created enough flesh and skin in the game, then they go to the lending institution. But they are in their homes renting to own it. That's this government's policy, which is different from the last administration. So it is not just about owning a piece of this rock, it is about owning a home in this country so that you can leverage that asset to create another asset, get another asset. From one house to two houses, we have to empower people and enfranchise them and tell them, listen, one house is not enough for ordinary black people with 3 and 4 children. You can own more than one. Rent money is dead money, and that's the philosophy of this government. We have pushed home ownership in our housing policy. Madam Deputy Speaker, we have also recognized, and I heard the member for St. Michael South, we have had the debate, the member for St. James North. 10% of our public housing goes to persons with disability. You have seen it, you have lived it with us, member for St. James North. This government's philosophy on housing is all inclusive. Gone are the days when you're taking somebody who's disabled and just tell them, look, go in that rental unit. We are empowering them as well, member for St. James North, to own a home too. And that's the philosophy. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I heard the honourable member, I don't want to be too long in my wrap-up. I heard the honourable member, he spoke about national housing and not using national housing anymore and going to hope only. But I thought it was self-explanatory when I said that National Housing Corporation they continue to engage in joint venture partnerships, public-private partnerships, where the government, I come to Parliament, vests land in the National Housing Corporation. This land is then utilized by a private developer who develops the land, put in the services and build the homes. Again, utilizing the banking sector, persons qualify for mortgages and they're able then, through drawdowns, to move into these homes as the stages progress from foundation to roof to closing up of the houses. So there is a space as we build out housing in this sector for National Housing Corporation. Hope was formed, and I will explain again to the member who ownership providing energy, and thank you, member for St. Michael West Central, The government is the only shareholder within Hope, the sole shareholder. But government has given Hope the space to go there on the market to seek their own financing as well as utilizing the housing credit fund. And the member for Christchurch West alluded to the fact that the monies are borrowed from the housing credit fund and they're repaid. That is what it is for, at an interest rate. You forgot that? So there's no abuse of taxpayers' money. You take the money from the housing credit fund to capitalize and to start the business. And as you build the homes, you repay the housing credit fund. And it is recycled at an interest rate. So this thing about utilizing funds and abusing funds and wasting funds, I said earlier, mistakes were made. And he wants to suggest that I am the poster boy. Well, I ain't a poster boy for nobody. If you're a poster boy for the DLPA, sorry. I ain't a poster boy for anybody. I went to school just like you. Madam Deputy Speaker, sorry. I ain't a poster boy for anybody. I am schooled just like you, the member for Christchurch South. You're schooled in law and I'm schooled in engineering. I'm not a poster boy. I understand that we, as a government, and we're a team. And when one makes a mistake, all make the mistake. And that's how we go unified as a cabinet and as a parliamentary group in support of each other. You were here. You probably were not unified as well you left. You didn't feel as if you were part of us. So if I have to come to the public to explain what has gone wrong on a project and what will be done to correct the project, that's my mandate, that's my role as Minister of Housing, Lands and Maintenance. And when I was Minister of Commerce and Business, I did the same thing. And when I was Minister of Youth, Sports and Community Empowerment, I did the same thing on behalf of the government. So if mistakes are made, and that's about leadership, I am trained in leadership as well, sir. Highly trained too. You're trained in law, you'll want to get training as a black man. Luther and Raldo were able to give me that necessary the opportunity to get a student loan so that I could get the necessary training, just like how Mrs. Storn and Mr. Storn give you that training. And I respect them for it. You're a black man. Huh? Mr. and Mrs. Storn, I say. I said Luther and Raldo, my parents. I can call them by their first name. Luther and Raldo Sutherland, Morelda Sutherland to be exact. That you met, the old man that you met. And asked him if I was in the house hiding when you went to Ellerton. Madam Deputy Chair. Yeah, he was up there. But the reality here is that the shift from rental at this point has to be driven home to ownership in this country. Home ownership has to be driven home as we close this debate. It has to be driven home. The ability of a government to recognize where the challenges are for the ordinary man and the ordinary woman to own a home in this country and decide that we will bring the playing field level, we will cap services, that the price of land per square foot shouldn't go beyond a certain amount, is creating policy that will benefit the persons lower in the spectrum in terms of salary or wages, take home salary and wages. So we cap services, we cap the price of land. These are the things that we did to ensure that persons who persons working for $3,000 and paying rent of $1,600 and $1,500 for a 2-bedroom house. Indeed, within a 2-year period, when we believe we would have gone beyond, Madam Deputy Speaker, beyond 15, the 1323 over the 3-year period. And we have utilized the technology available to us in terms of home building, house construction, to reduce the time it takes to build a home. And that is what we are focusing on now, so we can get scale and persons into these homes faster. So that's why we travel to look at the technology that is available to us, like gauge steel structures and autoclave aerated cement. I'm going to wrap up now, sir. I'm going to wrap up now. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, the use of the banking sector to lend to persons for mortgages, that is what we are doing. Now I want to let the country know, you know, we went about this task systematically, huh? And I have here a document, Madam Deputy Speaker. I term it, and we termed it, the silent resolution. The silent revolution, sorry. I have it here. It's a revolution, sorry. I have it here. Where we went from parish to parish. We started in the north of the island, and we went to the south. We went to the east. We went to the west. Every parish we went to and identified lands, utilizing the planners, trained persons within the public service, to see how we can get our numbers up. And I'm proud to report that the acreage that we have here, we have listed, this is only the public sector charge. The acreage that we have can give us over 16,000 units without interfering with prime agricultural land. And I heard you know, the honorable member. But I live in a constituency that they call the breadbasket. I'm from the constituency and I represent it, the breadbasket. And I've seen the last administration, when you're traveling east from Borden Hall Police Station heading to St. Philip. Within 400 meters from the police station heading east to St. Philip, it is a development called Lower Graves. I have traveled to Lower Graves. That was a yam ground, a potato ground, a cassava ground. I traveled to Lower Graves with my parents. At that time, my father had a Suzuki. He owned a Suzuki van. We were not rich. A small Suzuki van member for Christchurch South. And I was taught how to dig yams and potatoes from that ground. And I lived to see the day, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm just using one example in the breadbasket, that ground, the name of the housing development or estate is now Valley Vista in there. And I greet people there on a regular basis, and I often let them know that this used to be a yam ground, a potato ground, a cassava ground. And the last administration, so if the honorable member, I heard the member for St. Michael South, he said to you, you know, you gotta clean your own eyes first before you clean others. That land was sold. We called it then prime agricultural land. It was not like Bullins. It was prime agricultural land
In production.
in production that was sold under the Democratic Labour Party. I mean, I love the people in there, you know, and I have to, to the point that if you go there now, there's a section that was left, they call it a green space, but if rain falls for 15 minutes, it is flooded. And I'm working with the people to address that area, because I know it was a cane ground, it was a yam ground, it was a potato ground. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Member must understand. You know, there is a saying that all land in this country has been agricultural land. If you speak to any good planner, he's going to tell you all land has been agricultural land. All land was agricultural land. Remember for St. James North, you know that. So don't let us come in here and try to fool the public, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we're taking up agricultural land to build housing on. All the land has been classified as agricultural land, but that's why we have a planning division within government that advises us as to how we should take land, how we should utilize the land. And the member for Christchurch South, you were not here, but I want to end again by reading this note for you on Bullings, the note from the Director of Planning and his team. This site is located just outside the Greater Bridgetown area, which has Holders Hill Road as its northern limit. It is also located within the urban boundary, where the objective is to consolidate development around existing infrastructure and services in order to help safeguard the larger tracts of agricultural land outside of this urban corridor. The Director of Planning notes the importance of urban agriculture. However, in this instance, the Ministry of Agriculture is decommissioning this facility and relocating to the Hope St. Lucie. The facility, Bullings Agricultural Station, was decommissioned and relocated, including the staff. The Holders' site has therefore become ripe for infill development, and the Director strongly supports, I will repeat this, the Director of Planning strongly supports the proposed acquisition for the purpose of residential development and at preferred densities in the form of duplex and quadruplex and single units, mixed use. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm going to take my leave by saying to the public and to this chamber, the housing program of this government is alive. We have identified the various sites, we have sought planning approval, and we have engaged project managers who have come on board to help build up this housing sector within a reasonable time frame. But more importantly, we have empowered the people of this country. The people of this country are excited about owning their own homes at the announcement by the Prime Minister of the housing policy in 2022. Persons who never thought they had an opportunity to own a home are now excited. And Madam Deputy Speaker, we intend to continue within the next few weeks and months, opening sites at Clifton, where we have built 11 Joe Villa hardwood houses, opening sites at Vesper Gardens, and the member will want to split hairs about whether the member for Christchurch South, whether having keys and being in the house. When you have discharged your duty of signing your mortgage, you did it, member for Christchurch South. I don't know if you moved in the same day when you signed your mortgage and you got the keys, or if you went by mommy and St. Michael to spend time.
Anybody house cash? Anybody house cash, man? Yeah.
But I know when I got my keys, I moved in. But there are persons, once you get your keys from the institution, you own the home. So if you want to go down there and camp out every night to see whether somebody in the house or whether by the mother, go and camp out. And if you want to question the numbers, I don't lie in this chamber. There's no need to lie. There's no need to lie in the number of homeowners at Vesper. That project is near completion other than snagging some houses. I'm not coming in here to lie to the public. So if you want to camp out night after night after night, I ain't live too far from there. I would still get a glass of water. If you want to camp out to see whether 65 persons in the house or 44, or who got the keys, or who turned the keys. Come on, man. Let's stop nitpicking and be serious about home ownership in this country.
That's right.
Then we go from Vesper Gardens, we go to Bullins, Floralis Gardens, the Latin, flowers and flora, the Latin word, to open the 28 homes there this year. And then we go to Sargent's. The housing program is active and is alive. This government is on a mission to enfranchise all classes in this country, to transition from rental to a policy of ownership. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I will continue on my mission to support the government's mandate to providing affordable housing for every last citizen in this country. And with those words, Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg that this resolution now pass.
The question is that this resolution do not pass. All our members, if please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say nay. You think the ayes have it? This resolution is now passed.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it has been a long but very, very good day today for the people of Barbados. And I would now ask that we take the adjournment and that we resume our sit-ins on December 10th, Tuesday at 10 a.m. the week after next. Tuesday, December 10th at 10 a.m. week after next.
All remember. And there's adjourn. This Honourable Chamber's business for the 10th in the morning.
Yes.
All honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it. This business stands adjourned until December. Peter.